have evidence here that during the time the President was running for re-election for the highest office in the gift of the people of this nation, that some of his campaign funds were found in the possession of burglars in the headquarters of the opposition political party. And I think that high moral leadership demands that the President make available to this committee any information in the form of tapes or records which would shed some light on that crucial question: how did it happen?
In the Senate of the United States, a resolution to establish a select committee of the Senate to conduct an investigation and study of the extent, if any, to which illegal, improper, or unethical activities were engaged in by any persons, acting individually or in combination with others, in the presidential election of 1972, or any campaign, canvass, or other activity related to it.
From Washington, NPAC brings you gavel-to-gavel videotape coverage of today's hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here is NPAC senior correspondent Robert McNeil.
Good evening. Today, Watergate moved from the realm of political scandal to political crisis. President Nixon flatly refused to give either the Ervin Committee or the special Watergate prosecutor the White House tapes, which might determine the truth or falsehood of charges made against him personally. Mr. Nixon said he'd listened to some of the tapes, and they supported his version of the truth. But the President said they were open to misinterpretation, and they would remain in his possession. Senator Ervin and the committee then voted unanimously to serve 2 subpoenas on the President for the tapes and other relevant presidential documents, the first time in the history of the nation that Congress has subpoenaed a president. It is an historic confrontation. Tonight, White House counsel Leonard Garment accepted the 2 subpoenas. They have 24 hours to reply. Senator Ervin said he deeply regretted the President's action, and he felt the people of the United States were more interested in getting at the truth of Watergate than in abstruse arguments about executive privilege. This exchange dramatically overshadowed the interesting testimony of Gordon Strachan, the former aide to H.R. Haldeman. Strachan supported John Dean's credibility, attacked that of Jeb Stuart Magruder, and further set the stage for the testimony of John Ehrlichman tomorrow and Bob Haldeman later.
The crux of the President's letter to Senator Ervin today is contained in the middle and longest paragraph. It reads, "The fact is that the tapes would not finally settle the central issues before your committee. Before their existence became publicly known, I personally listened to a number of them," said the President. "The tapes are entirely consistent with what I know to be the truth and what I have stated to be the truth. However, as in any verbatim recording of informal conversations, they contained comments that persons with different perspectives and motivations would inevitably interpret in different ways. Furthermore, there are inseparably interspersed in them a great many very frank and very private comments on a wide range of issues and individuals wholly extraneous to the committee's inquiry. Even more important, the tapes could be accurately understood or interpreted only by reference to an enormous number of other documents and tapes, so that to open them at all would begin an endless process of disclosure and explanation of private presidential records totally unrelated to Watergate and highly confidential in nature. They are the clearest possible example of why presidential documents must be kept confidential." That is the essence of Mr. Nixon's refusal letter, and the paragraph is followed by, quote, "Accordingly, the tapes which have been under my sole personal control will remain so. None has been transcribed or made public, and none will be," end quote. During the course of the evening, you will hear Senator Ervin read the full text of the President's letter.
The committee's subpoena for the presidential tapes was matched today by a similar move by Special Watergate prosecutor Archibald Cox, who wants 8 specific tapes released to his investigators. Cox doesn't think the President has much of an argument. He said, "Careful study before requesting the tapes convinced me that any blanket claim of privilege to withhold this evidence from a grand jury is without legal foundation." And then Cox noted, "Happily, ours is a system of government in which no man is above the law." What may come out of this all is a legal action by the special prosecutor, who officially is part of the executive branch, that could bring the White House to court while the Watergate Committee simply sat by and watched it happen.
The President's refusal to release those tapes today could have a definite effect on the criminal prosecution of those involved in this mess called Watergate. John Kramer of the Georgetown University Law Center here in Washington watched it all unfold with us today. Mr. Kramer, tell us about that specific aspect of the effect of this, of our not being able to listen to the tapes.
Of course, this is not a byproduct of the hearings. This is really a byproduct of a letter sent to Mr. Cox by Professor Wright of the University of Texas, who was working in the White House on this matter. As a matter of constitutional law, several recent decisions in the past 11 years in the Supreme Court have made it quite clear that if in a criminal case the prosecution has in its exclusive possession material that could be relevant or useful possibly to the defense, and that material is not disclosed to the defense, then the prosecution must terminate as a matter of fundamental fairness or lack of fundamental fairness. In this instance, the prosecution does not yet have the material in its possession. After all, Mr. Cox is issuing his own subpoenas. But, as Mr. Wright has told him, you are an ordinary prosecutor and thus a part of the executive branch as well as an officer of the court. So that, therefore, since the executive branch has these tapes and will not disclose them, it seems to me that it follows almost automatically that there could be no more prosecution of Mr. Dean, Mr. Haldeman, Mr. Ehrlichman, and Mr. Mitchell, and that is just a few of the ones, but the big ones could not be prosecuted as long as the President withheld the tapes from them and their lawyers.
So, but as a practical courtroom matter, attorneys for the defense in each one of the gentlemen's cases you just mentioned or any others could say, I demand to hear I know there are tape recordings that exist, and I want their contents introduced in evidence because they could clear me of complicity in this crime. Is that, and then they wouldn't be able to get them, and the judge could throw the case out. Is that correct?
The judge would basically throw the case out before it started, and I think, as a matter of fact, Mr. Wright has foreseen that possibility because in his letter to Mr. Cox he says, the successful prosecution of those who have broken the laws is a very important national interest, but it has long been recognized that there are other national interests that in specific cases may override this. So he is contemplating dismissal of the prosecutions in favor of the closest associates of the President.
Of course, all the people that you mentioned, with the exception of Mitchell in the Vesco case in New York, none of the other people, Dean, Haldeman, Ehrlichman, have yet been charged with a crime.
No.
So that would anticipate, if they were, however, they could not be tried or possibly could not be tried.
That is correct.
The case will proceed. Okay. Mr. Kramer will be back at the close of tonight's broadcast. He'll be joined at that time by Stephen Hess, a former Nixon aide, author of 5 books on political affairs in America, now a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution.
Despite the flurry of activity today between the White House and Capitol Hill, the testimony also offered some new developments. Here is NPAC's hour-by-hour viewing guide. In the opening hour, Gordon Strachan testifies that on orders from H.R. Haldeman, he told Gordon Liddy to transfer his intelligence operations from the Muskie campaign to the McGovern campaign. And after the Watergate break-in, Strachan says that Haldeman told him, make sure our files are clean. In the second hour, Strachan says he believes Haldeman was aware of Charles Colson's dirty tricks operations. Asked for his opinion of John Dean's testimony about conversations with the President, Strachan says, I believe John Dean would be telling the truth. In the third hour, the committee reveals its response to the President's letter refusing to release the recorded conversations. The chairman reads the Nixon letter, which concludes, none has been made public and none will be. Chairman Ervin then offers his constitutional arguments for release and suggests the President should exhibit a higher moral leadership to the public. Also in the third hour, Gordon Strachan testifies about White House plans to withhold money and other support from Republicans who were running against Democrats friendly to the White House. And he reveals that White House aide Richard Moore had access to FBI files on Donald Segretti. In the fourth hour, Strachan says he attended a meeting in Mr. Haldeman's office in which plans were laid to put a 24-hour tail on Senator Edward Kennedy. Strachan admits there was a feeling of distrust on the part of White House staffers towards the Re-Election Committee. That is why some private polls were done from the White House, not the committee. Now to the hearings themselves and to Senator Ervin as he gavels the committee to order.
The committee will come to order. Counsel will proceed to interrogate the witness.
Mr. Strachan, in your statement you indicated that you were staff assistant to Mr. Haldeman. Would you please tell us that prior to that position, what position you held? Did you have any position at the White House?
Yes, I did. From August 3rd, 1970 until December 1970. I was also a staff assistant under Mr. Klein, and I particularly reported to Mr. Magruder.
And what were your duties at that time?
Well, I was originally recruited to be what was called a project manager. Particular issues would be assigned to one junior staff man and one senior staff person. For example, in the 1970 election, the economy issue was assigned to Mr. Sapphire as the senior man, and I was the junior staff assistant on that project.
Now, prior to your position at the White House, this last position you've now stated, where were you employed?
I practiced law in New York for 2 years with the law firm Mudge, Rose, Guthrie, and Alexander.
Now, is that the same law firm with which Mr. Mitchell was associated as a partner?
Yes, sir.
And is also the same law firm with which President Nixon was associated one time as a partner?
Yes, sir.
Now, could you then again give us your duties as staff assistant to Mr. Haldeman?
Well, the duties changed slightly over the course of the 2 years I worked for Mr. Haldeman. When I first began work, I was assigned an office on the 3rd floor of the executive office building, and my responsibilities for the first couple of months were to get all the polling files of the office, which were extensive, in order. Eventually, I became, for a certain amount of time, the personal staff assistant. That is, I would prepare all the papers that would be going to Mr. Haldeman, put them in the correct folders, be they action, FYI, personal, as well as the material that was going to the President that Mr. Haldeman would want to review. I'd prepare those in folders and take them into Mr. Haldeman usually twice a day around noon, and then again at the end of the day around 6.
And then was that, what were your duties really during the period from January 1972 to June 17, 1972? And
well, we shifted, Mr. Haldeman's office shifted location, and we moved into a staff secretary complex of offices. And from January 1 through the election, my primary duties were in the area of polling and in the area of political data bank.
And of course, during that time, I think you stated that you served as the liaison between the White House, and I take it specifically Mr. Haldeman, and the committee to re-elect the President.
It's correct to say I served as the liaison between Mr. Haldeman and the committee. As you might imagine, there are very substantial contacts between all members of the White House staff and the campaign organization. So I was the liaison between Mr. Haldeman and the committee.
And information that you received from the committee, and I take it, was that primarily from Mr. Magruder?
Well, I received information from Mr. Magruder and also from many of the other people on the staff. Mr. Haldeman's particular interests were advertising and polling, and I dealt directly with those senior people in those two areas. I also dealt with the people in the political area in order to acquire as much information as I could.
Well, what discretion, if any, did you have when you received information from the committee in reporting to Mr. Haldeman?
I'd characterize the discretion as very little.
In other words, it was your duty and responsibility to report everything that you learned from the committee to Mr. Haldeman.
That's right, or be confident that he would have learned the information from some other source.
Now, I take it you carried out that duty to the best of your ability.
Yes, sir, I did.
Aside from your own dedication, was there any other constraints in seeing to it that you carried out that duty?
Well, Mr. Haldeman had a well-deserved reputation as a very, very tough staff man, and there were constant pressures to perform well, and I worked very hard.
Well, would you say, or would it be fair to say that Mr. Haldeman, as staff director, and in his own interest in keeping in touch with the committee to re-elect the President, wanted to be on top of all the facts?
Yes, that would be a very accurate statement.
Could you tell us something about Mr. Haldeman's activities and how he administered the office, how he ran his, how he performed his role?
Well, Mr. Haldeman is a very organized individual. He had a system, for example, on his telephone where lights would indicate whether he was in his office not to be disturbed or in the President's office, or if he'd push a green light which would light up on one of his personal aides' phones, then that would be your opportunity to take matter into him if you thought it was important enough to bother him. I would spend as little time as possible in there, not to waste his time. I don't know what else you want.
Well, what it was, aside from your own statement that he had a passion for the facts, that he was a well-organized person, what was his relationship with other staff members as staff director? For instance, what was his relationship with Mr. Ehrlichman?
Well, he had known Mr. Ehrlichman for a long time. They, I presume, were close friends. They played tennis together. They had direct phone lines to each other. They'd walk in and out of each other's offices. I'd characterize it as a very close relationship.
And to your knowledge, would it be fair to say that they communicated frequently with each other, and that if Mr. Haldeman had important information, he would be keeping Mr. Ehrlichman informed?
I don't know that as a matter of fact, but I would surely assume that.
What was Mr. Higby's relationship with Mr. Haldeman?
Well, Mr. Higby had worked for Mr. Haldeman for, I believe, 4 or 5 years before I joined the White House staff. His title, as distinguished from mine as staff assistant, was administrative assistant. He was the senior personal aide to Mr. Haldeman. I think they had a very close personal relationship and personal friendship. They spent a lot of social time together.
What was Mr. Haldeman's role with regard to the campaign itself?
Well, Mr. Haldeman was obviously quite interested in the campaign. He would express his views as to the way certain things would be done. In particular, he insisted upon clearing, that is, personally approving by initial, every piece of advertising, be it radio, TV, bumper strip, whatever, that went out from the committee.
And would it be fair to say that on many important issues of the committee that these issues would be communicated to Mr. Haldeman for his approval? Actions of the committee?
No, not all matters would be communicated for action. He had very little interest, for example, in what the field organization would be doing. I would advise him on an FYI basis of who had been selected to head the campaigns in the various states, but he showed very little interest in that.
Well, when you made your reports to Mr. Haldeman, especially those reports that came from the committee, could you briefly tell us, but in some detail, what kind of reports did you make? How did you report to Mr. Haldeman?
Well, as I mentioned in my opening statement, I prepared periodically, usually once a week or once every 2 weeks, memoranda entitled Political Matters Memos. These memoranda would summarize the information that I had accumulated from the politically active people on the White House staff, like Mr. Colson and Mr. Dent, information I accumulated from 1701, from the various state organizations. He had quite an interest in.
1701, what are you referring to?
That's a committee to re-elect the president. He had quite an interest in California, so I would talk with the California people. And then I would write a memorandum, usually quite long, 8, 9, 10 pages, with several attachments as backup. So, the main purpose of attaching the tabs would be that I would refer in the paragraphs to information that I thought he should read in the original form and would attach it as a tab.
Were some of your communications in an oral form rather than a memorandum form?
He prefers to communicate in writing. Of course, I'd have oral communications with him, but the great bulk of information that he received from me regarding the campaign would be in writing.
Now, when he received from you a political matters memorandum with the various items indicated and the tabs, how would he respond to you concerning those items that were brought to his attention by you?
Well, he would always read with a pen, and he would write his comments beside them, or check the item as he read each particular paragraph. Occasionally he'd write his views on the political matters memorandum on the paragraph that dealt with a particular subject. And
instances, I take it, you would be given information, or at least indications from as to what he wanted you to do to follow up on various matters.
Well, usually his comments on the side would be cryptic and humorous. If he had a disagreement as to the way things were being done at the committee, he would send a memorandum to John Mitchell, or on occasion to Jeb Magruder, or make a note to me that I should contact a particular individual about something.
Now, when, on the basis of any particular information that you presented to Mr. Haldeman in the form of a, say, a political matters memorandum, he wanted to have a meeting with somebody, would you prepare any particular paper with regard to that meeting?
Yes, I would prepare what would be characterized as a talking paper. They were fairly structured, formalized in Mr. Haldeman's office. And prior to a meeting, for example, with John Mitchell, I would prepare a talking paper of subjects that I thought he should cover with him.
By the way, when Mr. Haldeman would put a check, I think you mentioned, by an item, what would that mean to you?
That would indicate that he'd read it.
Now, do you recall whether Mr. Magruder, who frequently, I take it, did give you information concerning the Committee for the Re-Election of the President, gave you any information concerning a intelligence plan prior to March 30, 1972?
Prior to March 30, 1972?
Yes.
No, he did not.
Now, do you recall, I take it you've read or heard Mr. Magruder's testimony?
Yes, I have.
And we have the testimony here, but I think I can expedite matters by briefly referring to it. Mr. Magruder did testify that certainly after the February 4, 1972 meeting, he communicated to you about the meeting, about the contents of the meeting, and in fact sent you copies of the notes or memoranda, the so-called Liddy plan that had been presented to Mr. Mitchell in Mr. Mitchell's office, where Mr. Dean, Mr. Magruder, Mr. Liddy met with Mr. Mitchell. You're familiar with Mr. Magruder's testimony in that regard?
Yes, I am.
Did Mr. Magruder do that?
No, he did not. Mr. Magruder, and I have read his testimony carefully, relies on the fact that automatically materials would have come over to me. Federal Bureau of Investigation has established that is not true. Materials did not automatically come over to me. And in this particular case...
How did the Federal Bureau of Investigation establish that that was not true?
Well, they interviewed several of his secretaries and people in his office, and they indicated that matters were not always sent to Mr. Strachan or to the White House, that they would be held back at the express direction of Mr. Magruder.
But would it be true that important matters, matters of significance, would be sent over to you, and would you not agree that a plan such as the so-called Liddy plan to engage in electronic surveillance for political intelligence was a significant matter?
Obviously, that's a significant matter, but I think Mr. Magruder probably relied upon the fact that John Dean was present at the meeting to report to the appropriate people at the White House.
Could you tell us at this point about that separate relationship? What was Mr. Dean's relationship with Mr. Haldeman as apart from your relationship?
Well, Mr. Dean had line responsibility as distinguished from mine of staff responsibility. He would have a certain amount of independent authority and would function on projects on his own and report to Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ehrlichman on matters on which he needed guidance.
All right, now, if Mr. Dean attended an important meeting as the one we've already had ample testimony about, the February 4 meeting in Mr. Mitchell's office, January 27th meeting in the first instance, and the February 4th meeting, 1972, in the second instance, would it be likely, or actually would you expect, that Mr. Dean would, in fact, report that meeting to Mr. Haldeman?
Yes, I would think so, because Mr. Dean was aware of the interest over the 6 months previous of interest in political intelligence. And Mr. Dean has testified. He reported to Mr. Haldeman about that meeting.
Well, what was Mr. Haldeman's interest in political intelligence in the past?
Well, it was a subject that I was expected to raise in talking papers and to periodically follow up with John Dean to see that certain individual projects were on track.
Were you aware of a particular interest Mr. Haldeman had in political matters, intelligence matters?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Were you aware of any particular interest that Mr. Haldeman had in being informed about intelligence matters, political intelligence matters?
Well, he was particularly interested, I think this is the thrust of your question, he was particularly interested in the area of political intelligence and information about Senator Kennedy.
Now, you say that Mr. Dean would, to your expectation, report this meeting, in fact did report this meeting. Could you give us a little more description, to your knowledge, of Mr. Dean's relationship to you and to other members of the staff? How did he carry out his responsibilities in making reports and giving factual information to various members of the White House staff?
Well, as I say, he had line responsibility, a certain number of staff people under him. He handled conflict of interest matters, would usually have an opinion as to what stand the President should take on legislation and so forth. My role on Mr. Haldeman's personal staff was to follow up with John Dean on certain matters that he was working with. For the best example is when John Dean was working on the President's estate plan. I'd done research on that subject in private law practice and worked closely with John Dean on that. He would prepare memoranda addressed to Mr. Haldeman and to Mr. Ehrlichman, and I would have a chance to look over those memoranda, but they would go in their original state.
Oh, but would Mr. Dean share generally with you the information that he would give to other members of the White House staff, Mr. Haldeman or Mr. Ehrlichman or others?
No, not necessarily. Mr. Dean had a remarkable facility, almost that of a litigator, to remember facts and to keep track of which facts which staff members knew or should be informed about.
And did you have an opportunity to observe that?
Yes, I did.
And would you say that over what period of time did you experience this remarkable quality, Mr. Dean, to recollect and to also separate out who it was to receive what facts?
Well, I observed that the whole time I was on the White House staff. Whatever the particular subject would be on the President's estate plan, he could keep track who was handling which tax returns, which people should have access to which parts of which tax returns. Very tough questions of fact and internal politics. But most particularly during the summer of 1972, for example, when he interviewed me regarding Segretti, he'd interview both me and Chapin. Both of us knew something about the subject, yet John Dean was able to keep which of us knew what perfectly straight.
But you also said that you believe that he probably told Mr. Haldeman because he's testified that he told Mr. Haldeman. Is that based on your own opinion or knowledge of Mr. Dean when he makes a statement, whether that's a true statement?
Well, I have confidence in John Dean's ability to state the facts as he recalls them.
And your knowledge of John Dean's relationship with Mr. Haldeman would lead you to what conclusion concerning his giving Mr. Haldeman all the facts that he had at any one time that he felt Mr. Haldeman ought to have?
My opinion would be that John Dean would disclose the facts to Mr. Haldeman.
Now, you're also familiar with Mr. Magruder's testimony that after the February 4th meeting, and when there was an installation of wiretap equipment in the Watergate or Democratic National Committee headquarters, that he showed you at a particular time a so-called gemstone material. Are you familiar with his testimony with regarding to that?
Yes, I'm familiar with his testimony.
Did he, in fact, show you such gemstone material?
No, he did not, and if you read his testimony carefully and previous statements, he did not show me the gemstone file. His statement is couched with, as I recall, I called him up, and as I recall, he came over, and as I recall, he read it. He told Mr. Ehrlichman, within an hour after he talked to the prosecutors, that Strachan may have read the gemstone file. And Mr. Ehrlichman's sworn statement is that when he pressed hard in the questioning of Mr. Magruder about that crucial fact, Mr. Magruder answered that he, quote, could not testify that Strachan had read the gemstone file.
Now, of course, did you ever hear prior to June 17th the term, or the code term, gemstone?
No, I did not.
Why would Mr. Magruder keep from you this very sensitive material? I think his testimony here was that he thought it was so sensitive that he did not, as he would usually send you the materials, he asked you to come over to the office to see them. And you're right that he said he recalled that he did. Would it not be natural that Mr. Magruder would ask you to come see these materials?
Well, his testimony that it was too sensitive to send over is inconsistent with his testimony that he sent automatically the budgets over to you. If the budgets contain bugging, wiretapping, that would strike me as far more sensitive a matter to send through the normal messenger channels than some file, which other witnesses have indicated, was not patently illegal on its face.
In other words, what you're saying is that you never did see the gemstone file, Mr. Magruder never invited you over to see it, and that prior to March 30, you had no knowledge of any so-called Liddy intelligence plan.
That's correct.
Now, did that change, at least, after March 30, and could you tell us, if it did, how it changed?
Yes, I was aware that Mr. Magruder would be going down to Key Biscayne to review several campaign decisions that had accumulated during John Mitchell's working on the ITT problem. He called me up in a apparently fairly brief telephone conversation and reviewed the 30 or so pending campaign decisions. I took notes on that telephone conversation and prepared shortly thereafter a political matters memorandum for Mr. Haldeman, summarizing that telephone conversation as well as other information.
And what did that include? I mean, did it include a Liddy intelligence plan?
Yes, Mr. Magruder told me that a sophisticated political intelligence gathering system had been approved, and I reported that to Mr. Haldeman.
Were you aware that that was one of the items for decision that went down to Key Biscayne with Mr. Magruder?
No, I was not.
So it was after he came back that he reported that to you?
That's correct.
Do you recall approximately when he made that report to you?
Well, it was shortly thereafter. I would guess either Friday, March 31st, maybe Saturday. My secretary recalls having typed the memorandum on Friday.
And it is clear in your mind that Mr. Magruder reported that Mr. Mitchell had in fact approved a sophisticated intelligence plan.
Well, I concluded that Mr. Mitchell had approved it. I believe when Mr. Magruder was going through the decisions, and the way I would usually report it to Mr. Haldeman would be that Mr. Magruder reports that Mr. Mitchell has approved the following matters. I'd put a colon and then I'd list the items.
Did he do it with regard to this plan?
Yes, that was one of the 30 items that was listed.
I think in your statement you referred to a sophisticated intelligence system with a budget of 300. 300 what?
Well, it's $300,000. And almost all memoranda that I wrote to Mr. Haldeman, I would leave off the last 3 zeros because usually the figures that we were dealing with were very, very large.
Now, you say that you then prepared a political action memorandum, political matters memorandum for Mr. Haldeman, and you included this approved sophisticated intelligence plan at $300,000 budget in that political matters memorandum. Do you recall the number of that memorandum?
Yes, it was political matters memorandum number 18.
And how many political matters memorandum did you write after that? Can you recall approximately?
Well, through the campaign, and towards the end of the campaign, they got a little further apart, but I wrote 28.
Now, did you receive any information or indication that Mr. Haldeman, in fact, read the political matters memorandum number 18 with specific reference to the sophisticated intelligence plan with a budget of $300,000?
Yes, it was Mr. Haldeman's practice when he would read such a memorandum to make notes and check off those paragraphs which he had indicated. Then he'd write up in the upper right-hand corner to Strachan, in this case, indicating the memorandum should be returned directly to me. And I would go through those memoranda after he had read them. And this particular one I reread and noted his checking off of all the paragraphs that I had prepared for him.
Was there any other comment besides that particular one?
Beside the paragraph that you're concerned about, there was simply a black check.
Now, did there come a time shortly afterwards when you were asked to do anything about that particular matter?
I'm sorry?
Did there come a time shortly afterwards when you were asked to either write any other paper or memorandum or take any further action with regard to that particular matter?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the...
Well, you've testified that you submitted to Mr. Haldeman a report on your political matters memorandum concerning this sophisticated intelligence plan, and then that this was checked off, indicating to you that he had read it. What happened afterwards concerning that particular matter? Did that just stay in your file? Or did Mr. Haldeman take any further action on it to your knowledge?
Well, after the memorandum came back out, Mr. Haldeman was going to meet with Mr. Mitchell on April 4.
How did you learn about that?
Mr. Haldeman had a system on his telephones where he could push a button and have one of his personal aides monitor the telephone conversation.
Would this be similar to an extension phone where somebody would be asked to get on an extension phone and just listen in?
Well, it would be different from an extension phone because you couldn't detect the fact that it was picked up, and there was no way that the person listening on the phone could make any noise either by talking or by a secretary's typing to indicate that there was someone else on the phone.
And did there come a time when how were you notified, or was it indicated to you that you had to pick up the line?
Well, there was a button on the call director phone that I had, which would buzz when I was to pick that line up. I'd push down the button and began listening to the conversation, usually at that time, which was already in progress.
All right. In this particular case now, with a call, I take it you're testifying with Mr. Mitchell. Could you tell us now, having picked up the line, what did you hear?
Well, Mr. Mitchell indicated that he was either going to return or had returned from Florida. Mr. Haldeman jokingly said, well, that's clearly a mistake. You ought to stay down there and vacation some more. And Mr. Mitchell indicated that, well, we better get together and talk about some matters. Haldeman asked him if 3 o'clock that day would be convenient.
That day was when?
April 4.
72.
1972.
And was there, in fact, a meeting on April 4, 72 between Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Mitchell?
Well, I didn't attend the meeting, so I couldn't testify that there was in fact, but I prepared a talking paper for the meeting, and we would prepare a folder which would include the talking paper, and the talking paper went into his office and came back out afterwards.
All right, now in this talking paper, did you include the item of the sophisticated intelligence plan with a budget of $300,000?
Yes, in most talking papers I would frequently pose the question, is the intelligence system adequate? Is this proposal on track? Just to get the conversation going on the subject. And in this particular one, I did include that paragraph.
Now, at that time, prior to that meeting and when you were preparing that talking paper, was there any other political intelligence plan operative or being considered to your knowledge?
No, not to my knowledge.
All right, now, did you receive back that talking paper after you had given it to Mr. Haldeman?
Yes, I did.
And to your knowledge, was there any indication as to whether all the items on the talking paper had been discussed?
Well, usually if a matter had not been discussed, he would indicate that it should be raised again. In this case, it wasn't raised again, indicating that he would have covered the subject.
Now, what did you do with that talking paper then when you received it back?
Well, I put it back in the file with the Political Matters Memo 18 files.
And there was no indication from Mr. Haldeman that he had either not discussed it or needed any further action on your part?
That's correct.
Right. Now, did there come a time after that meeting between Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Haldeman, and also in the same month of April, that Mr. Haldeman asked you to give some communication to Mr. Gordon Liddy?
Yes, Mr. Haldeman called me up into his office. I carried a clipboard, and he told me to contact Mr. Liddy and tell him to transfer whatever capability he had from Muskie to McGovern, with a particular interest in discovering what the connection between McGovern and Senator Kennedy was.
And was that the limit of the instruction that you had?
Yes.
And what did you do with that instruction? Did you
Well,
make a record of it?
Well, I'd taken notes as he had dictated that to me. I walked down to my office, called Gordon Liddy, had him cleared into the White House, had him come over to my office, and literally read the statement to him.
When he came into your office, could you describe what Mr. Liddy did, if anything?
Yes, Mr. Liddy reached over and turned on the radio.
Do you know why he did that?
Well, I've heard descriptions later that that's what you do if you want to drown out or prevent a bug from picking up the conversation.
Did you, in fact, have any bug in the room at that time?
I have no way of knowing.
At least your knowledge that you installed one yourself.
No, not that I installed.
Now, you turned on the radio, and then how did you communicate the Haldeman message to Mr. Liddy?
I said that Mr. Haldeman had asked me to give him this message, and read it to him.
It was read it actually almost word for word as you got it from Mr. Haldeman.
Oh yes, I opened my clipboard and just read it.
And you didn't give any further explanation as what was meant by transfer his capabilities from Mr. Muskie to Mr. McGovern. What capabilities? Did you know what capabilities he was referring to?
No, I didn't, except I suspected that there were plants in Muskie's campaign. It was fairly common knowledge that Muskie's driver was either in the pay of the CRP or supplying information to us. I presume that these employees would be transferred over to Senator McGovern.
Well, we know already from the testimony, even from Mr. Mitchell, that the so-called March 30 Liddy plan included fairly sophisticated electronic surveillance plans. And as you've indicated, it was that plan that Mr. Magruder said was approved by Mr. Mitchell, which you submitted to Mr. Haldeman. With that kind of knowledge, would you also now assume that those capabilities could also have included electronic surveillance.
Well, that's quite an assumption, but I think you would have to make it.
Now, did Mr. Liddy ask you any questions? What did you mean? Or did he seem to understand what that message meant?
No, he seemed to understand. Didn't spend very much time and left.
And then left. Did you learn anything afterwards as to what he did or did not do?
No, I did not.
Was any further report made through you to Mr. Haldeman concerning whether he carried out that mission?
No, not through me.
Now, if Mr. Haldeman actually wanted Mr. Liddy to have that instruction and asked you to communicate that to Mr. Liddy, I take it Mr. Haldeman would be interested in seeing that instructions of his were carried out.
That's correct.
I think you've indicated that Mr. Haldeman was very well organized and wanted to have all the facts. Would you be the only one, the only avenue or conduit to which a communication back as to whether Mr. Liddy had followed that instruction would get back to Mr. Haldeman?
No. The information could have come back through a variety of channels.
Would you assume that Mr. Haldeman would have pursued that and that communication would have gotten back to Mr. Haldeman? And then I ask that with respect to your personal knowledge of Mr. Haldeman's working habits and what Mr. Haldeman did when he sent a communication, what he expected after he sent a communication for particular action.
Well, Mr. Haldeman would normally follow up on particular matters. Whether he would get a report back on all messages that he delivered, frequently he just assumed that something was going to be done and that he would not have to follow up on it.
If he gave orders for something to be done and they weren't done, what was Mr. Haldeman's usual reaction?
Well, to his personal aides, he would explain his dissatisfaction in no uncertain terms.
Now, when was the first time that you heard about or learned of the break-in of the Democratic National Committee headquarters of the Watergate on June 17, 1972?
I was sitting in my car outside Rodman's drugstore. My wife was inside shopping, and I heard it on the radio.
What passed through your mind when you heard that news?
Oh, shock, disbelief, surprise.
What did you do?
Well, I drove to the White House to get a telephone number for Mr. Magruder in California, to call him and find out if he knew anything about it.
Did you reach Mr. Magruder?
No, I did not.
Did you later learn from Mr. Magruder anything about this event?
Well, I called him that afternoon and then tried to call him again that evening. Again, did not reach him. Placed a third call on Sunday, about noon Washington time, and asked him if he knew anything about this, since I rather expected a phone call from Mr. Haldeman. And he said, don't worry about it. I've been on the phone this morning with Bob, and you needn't know anything.
All right, what did you do after that?
I called Mr. Higbee because I didn't really believe that Magruder had talked to Mr. Haldeman. Mr. Haldeman was down in Key Biscayne. Mr. Higbee told me that, yes, in fact, Magruder had talked with Mr. Haldeman and that Mr. Ehrlichman was handling the entire matter.
All right, now, at that point, were you concerned about any particular thing?
Pardon?
At that point, having learned that Mr. Haldeman now had spoke to Mr. Magruder and was informed, did a concern come into your mind?
Yes, I expected over the entire weekend Mr. Haldeman to call me and ask me what I knew, if I knew anything, why I hadn't reported it to him, the usual very tough questions he would ask.
And did you begin at that time to suspect any problem that Mr. Haldeman may have with regard to this?
Well, you have to draw one of three conclusions. Either he knew about it ahead of time, either he didn't expect me to report to him, or he'd received a report and had calmed down.
What, did you arrive at any one conclusion?
Well, it was either one of the later two. Either he knew or he didn't expect me to report to him.
Well, what did you do after you now learned that he had heard about it? What did you do yourself?
Well, I didn't do anything. The White House logs indicate that I was in the White House for a minute Sunday. I don't know what that was for. The next day, Monday,
Monday was June 19, 1972.
That's correct.
Right.
I began going through my files, Mr. Haldeman's files, to see if there were any indications or any information that would be in any way related to this act.
Well, did you come to any conclusion as to whether there was anything in the files that would be in any way related?
Yes, I pulled out several documents, most particularly the Political Matters Memorandum number 18.
And that was the one that referred to the sophisticated intelligence plan.
That's correct.
Did you also pull out that memorandum or the little notes that you had taken concerning the communication that you had from Mr. Haldeman to contact Mr. Liddy about his capabilities being switched from Muskie to McGovern?
Well, I pulled that document out, but I did not take that up to Mr. Haldeman.
Right. Now, what did you believe at that time when you took the document out? Did you believe that the break-in at the Democratic National Committee headquarters was in fact related to this plan?
Well, I didn't know for sure, but I had pretty strong suspicions.
Did you meet with Mr. Haldeman shortly after you did that, after you pulled that file out?
Yes, I did.
Could you tell us when?
I believe it is the morning of June 20. He had returned from Florida. I'd given a note to Mr. Higbee that I thought I should see Mr. Haldeman. Mr. Haldeman summoned me to his office, and I walked in with the Political Matters Memorandum.
I think it indicated that you were somewhat concerned about Mr. Haldeman's reaction to you about not being informed. Were you still concerned when you met with Mr. Haldeman on June 20?
Yes, I was scared to death. I thought I would be fired at that point for not having figured that out.
Were you fired, or did he berate you?
No, he didn't berate me. He said, almost jokingly, well, what do we know about the events over the weekend? And I was quite nervous and retreated to sort of legal protective terms. And I said, well, sir, this is what can be imputed to you through me, your agent, and opened the Political Matters Memorandum to the paragraph on intelligence, showed it to him. He acknowledged his check and that he'd read that, and said that he had not read the tab which had been attached. Turned, began reading, said, maybe I should have been reading these. These are quite interesting. Read the tab.
This was what tab was that?
That was Sedan Chair 2.
Then, what if anything, did you tell him, or did he tell you after he'd gone through this memorandum again?
He told me, well, make sure our files are clean.
What did that mean to you?
Well, I went down and shredded that document and others related.
Now, did you do that on your own initiative as such, or did you feel that you were making sure that you were following Mr. Haldeman's instruction that you should make sure the files were clean?
No, I believed I was following his orders.
And you shredded all of that, all of the number 18, the Political Matters Memorandum number 18.
That's correct.
What about the memorandum that you had made on the communication with regard to Mr. Liddy?
Yes, I shredded that also.
Was there any other documents that you shredded?
Yes. I did go through and make sure our files were clean. I shredded the talking paper between Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Mitchell on April 4. I shredded a reference to Mr. Segretti, shredded Mr. Segretti's telephone number.
What reference was that to Mr. Segretti?
Well, there had been a dispute between whether or not Mr. Segretti should continue out in the field functioning somewhat independent. Mr. Magruder wrote a memorandum to Mr. Mitchell titled Matter of Potential Embarrassment, in which he described this individual in the field and how that individual should be under the direction of Mr. Liddy. Mr. Mitchell had a copy of that, and Mr. Haldeman had a copy of that, and Mr. Haldeman had told me to call up Mr. Segretti and to tell him to expect a call and his directions from Mr. Liddy, and I shredded that memorandum also.
Were there any other documents that you shredded?
Well, we gave the committee a list. That's all I remember off the top.
I don't know, you may have stated it. Did that include the talking paper that you had prepared for Mr. Haldeman for his meeting with Mr. Mitchell on April the 4th?
Yes, I think I said that that was one of the items.
Now, after you shredded these papers on the 20th of June, 1972, did you inform anybody that you had done this?
Yes, I went over to John Dean's office and gave him a list orally of the documents that I had shredded and told him that those had been Mr. Haldeman's instructions.
Why did you inform John Dean?
Well, John Dean was, as you know, the counsel to the President and the man who would presumably be handling this problem.
Did you inform anybody else?
No.
Now, have you since had an opportunity to go to the White House records to look at the various memorandum that you had prepared in the past?
Yes, I've gone back into an executive office building, office room 522, to go through the files.
And do these files still have the political matters memorandum that you had prepared for Mr. Haldeman?
Well, they contain all political matters memoranda except number 18.
18 was missing.
That's right.
So you reaffirm the fact that you had destroyed 18.
Well, I didn't forget that.
No. It hadn't been replaced in any way.
No.
Now, later, did you ever inform Mr. Haldeman that you had, one, made sure that the files were clean, or that you had destroyed, in fact, the particular files that you were worried about?
Yes. On July 1, I was invited to go out with the presidential party on Air Force One. There were going to be a series of discussions out there with Mr. McGregor and Mr. Malek regarding the campaign. I had done a political matters memo for the preceding 2 weeks, and I joined Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Higbee on that flight, and at that time I reviewed both the most recent political matters memorandum and the fact that I had in fact made sure the files were clean.
What was Mr. Haldeman's reaction, if anything, when you told him that you had destroyed number 18?
I don't think he said anything. I just reported it as a matter of fact, and we went on to something else.
And to your recollection, he accepted that as a matter of fact?
Well, I would remember if he had told me that was a very stupid thing to do.
Now, was there any discussion as to how many copies of these memorandum in the future should be made?
Yes, he asked me how many copies of the political matters memorandum had been prepared, and I told him 3. And he told me at that time to cut the number down to 2.
And who were to receive, who received these copies? There was 2, one for him, one for who?
Well, one for Mr. Haldeman and one for me.
Now, after this event, and after, of course, the break-in at the Watergate, what was your relationship with the Committee for the Re-election of the President? Did it continue? Did you continue as the liaison?
Yes, it did. I had talked with Mr. Malek on the trip out to California, and he talked to Mr. McGregor, about how good I thought Bob Reesner was as an administrative assistant, and the decision was made to move Bob Reesner to become Clark McGregor's administrative assistant, and I continued to work very, very closely with Mr. Reesner.
Did you have any responsibilities to report to Mr. Haldeman concerning the Watergate affair?
None.
I take it that after the break-in, the so-called Watergate affair became an important matter of concern in the campaign.
Well, everybody followed it rather closely.
And I take it various meetings were held, and I think that we've had considerable testimony from a number of witnesses concerning the meetings just after the break-in through June, latter part of June, July, and August. Were you aware of those meetings?
No, not really. I certainly never attended any.
No.
I don't think I was specifically aware that they were having all these meetings on what has turned out to be the Watergate matter.
Were you aware of an interchange of information, we say, between Mr. Dean and Mr. Magruder, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Marty, Mr. LaRue, and then on the other side, Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ehrlichman, involving these meetings?
No, I don't think so, and that sort of goes to the point of how Dean could keep all facts and people sort of in order. I don't think he ever told me that he was having all these meetings.
So as you testified earlier, with regard to the meeting back in February 4th and also January 27th, when Mr. Dean was present, Mr. Haldeman would rely on Mr. Dean's report, and it was not necessary for you to be that messenger of the information. So it happened afterwards when Mr. Dean attended all these meetings over the committee. He would be the one who would communicate this information to Mr. Haldeman, if anybody did.
That's correct, and I would guess that he would report directly rather than through me or one of his aides, but I don't know that for a fact.
Now, did it come a time when you became aware of a transfer of $350,000 from the committee to re-elect the president to Mr. Haldeman or the White House under Mr. Haldeman's control?
Yes, the subject had been discussed for a couple of months before that.
What time now are we talking about?
This would be from December 1971 through April 72. Mr. Haldeman, his office conducted extensive polling, and he told me at one point when I was having discussions with Mr. Kalmbach to make sure that we have an ample supply of cash to pay for these polls. I talked with John Dean about it, tried to arrange with John Dean a method for holding the money. He eventually told me that he could not do it. On April 6th, I prepared a memorandum for Mr. Haldeman saying if we're going to get that money from the committee before the new finance law, we have to get it very soon. John Dean cannot make arrangements for it. Here are 4 other alternatives. He checked the one indicating that I should go pick up the money.
Which one was that?
Alex Butterfield had a friend who would hold the money, and I went and got the money, brought it back to Alex, and presumably...
Well, where did you get, when you said you went and got the money, where did you go?
I went over to 1701 to the committee to re-elect the president, either Mr. Kalmbach's office or to Mr. Sloan's office.
And you took this money. Was this in cash?
Yes, it was.
And you returned it now back to the White House?
That's correct.
And you said you turned it over to Mr. Butterfield?
Well, I eventually turned it over to him. I walked into his office, and the two of us began counting it, and then he said he would get it to his friend.
And would it be true that actually the money, though, was at the command for its disbursement of Mr. Haldeman?
Pardon?
Was this money that was taken over to the White House and turned over eventually to Mr. Butterfield and then to his friend, was the disbursement of that money really at the direction of Mr. Haldeman?
Definitely.
Now, did you become aware to report to Mr. Haldeman concerning the Watergate affair?
None.
I take it that after the break-in, the so-called Watergate affair became an important matter of concern in the campaign.
Well, everybody followed it rather closely.
And I take it various meetings were held, and I think that we've had considerable testimony from a number of witnesses concerning the meetings just after the break-in through June, latter part of June, July, and August. Were you aware of those meetings?
No, not really. I certainly never attended any.
No.
I don't think I was specifically aware that they were having all these meetings on what has turned out to be the Watergate matter.
Were you aware of an interchange of information, we say, between Mr. Dean and Mr. Magruder, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Marty, Mr. LaRue, and then on the other side, Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ehrlichman, involving these meetings?
No, I don't think so, and that sort of goes to the point of how Dean could keep all facts and people sort of in order. I don't think he ever told me that he was having all these meetings.
So as you testified earlier, with regard to the meeting back in February 4th and also January 27th, when Mr. Dean was present, Mr. Haldeman would rely on Mr. Dean's report, and it was not necessary for you to be that messenger of the information. So it happened afterwards when Mr. Dean attended all these meetings over the committee. He would be the one who would communicate this information to Mr. Haldeman, if anybody did.
That's correct, and I would guess that he would report directly rather than through me or one of his aides, but I don't know that for a fact.
Now, did it come a time when you became aware of a transfer of $350,000 from the committee to re-elect the president to Mr. Haldeman or the White House under Mr. Haldeman's control?
Yes, the subject had been discussed for a couple of months before that.
What time now are we talking about?
This would be from December 1971 through April 72. Mr. Haldeman, his office conducted extensive polling, and he told me at one point when I was having discussions with Mr. Kalmbach to make sure that we have an ample supply of cash to pay for these polls. I talked with John Dean about it, tried to arrange with John Dean a method for holding the money. He eventually told me that he could not do it. On April 6th, I prepared a memorandum for Mr. Haldeman saying if we're going to get that money from the committee before the new finance law, we have to get it very soon. John Dean cannot make arrangements for it. Here are 4 other alternatives. He checked the one indicating that I should go pick up the money.
Which one was that?
Alex Butterfield had a friend who would hold the money, and I went and got the money, brought it back to Alex, and presumably...
Where did you get, when you say you went and got the money, where did you go?
I went over to 1701 to the committee to re-elect the president, either Mr. Kalmbach's office or to Mr. Sloan's office.
And you took this money. Was this in cash?
Yes, it was.
And you returned it now back to the White House?
That's correct.
And you say you turned it over to Mr. Butterfield?
Well, I eventually turned it over to him. I walked into his office, and the two of us began counting it, and then he said he would get it to his friend.
And would it be true that actually the money, though, was at the command for its disbursement of Mr. Haldeman?
Pardon?
Was this money that was taken over to the White House and turned over eventually to Mr. Butterfield and then to his friend, was the disbursement of that money really at the direction of Mr. Haldeman?
Definitely.
Now, did you become aware of the fact that any money was in fact spent from that $350,000?
Yes, somewhere around the time of the Hanoi Haiphong bombing, Mr. Howard came to me and indicated that Mr. Colson had an approved advertisement. I believe it was under the auspices of Tell It to Hanoi, but in any event, it concerned indicating public support for the bombing and mining decision. Mr. Howard said that Mr. Colson needed $22,000. I asked Mr. Haldeman if we should authorize that expenditure. He said yes, and the money was delivered.
Now, did there come a time when the $350,000, or what was left of it, was returned to the Committee for the Re-election of the President or to a particular person there?
Well, we should back up a little, I think. After the election, I got the money back from Mr. Butterfield, and
Why did you get it back from Mr. Butterfield after the election?
because Mr. Haldeman had told me to return the money to the committee.
Then what happened?
Then John Dean told me that he wanted to have the $350,000 intact, and Fred Fielding gave me $22,000, which I placed with the 320.
Well, let's back up a bit here. You say John Dean told you he wanted the $350,000 intact. Was there any specific incident or event occurring when Mr. Dean communicated that to you?
Yes, Mr. Dean had told Mr. Chapin and me that Earl Silbert from the prosecutor's office wanted to interview us, and that interview was scheduled on November 28, and Mr. Dean indicated that one of the questions might be whether or not the $350,000 was in fact intact.
All right, now how, you said Mr. Fielding brought back the $22,000. Do you know where Mr. Fielding obtained that $22,000?
Well, I assumed at the time that he had received it from Mr. Stans. I've read his deposition. I don't personally know where he got the money.
Were you aware at any time that Mr. Dean had received any large sum of money, specifically around $15,200, from an unspent amount of the $22,000 that had originally been taken out of the $350,000?
Yeah, there's some confusion as to that amount. Dick Howard and I did go to John Dean's office and give him some cash in an envelope. I don't think any of the three of us counted it. I always thought it was $7,000, but either $7,000 was spent on the ads and $15,000 was left, or $15,000 was spent on the ads and $7,000 was left.
Well, I think we have Mr. Dean's testimony that he at least received $15,200, and I take it would be in his interest to have given a lesser sum. So
yeah, I wouldn't dispute Mr. Dean's account.
I would take it that he did receive $15,200. Could you tell us why you brought this balance or this amount back to Mr. Dean when it had been taken originally from the $350,000 pot?
Well, at that time, I was asking Mr. Dean how to get the money back to the committee. And this was just another problem that he would have to cope with.
So that you just turned it over to him?
That's correct.
All right, now did you play a role in seeing to it that this money did get back?
Yes.
Could you tell us specifically what you did and to whom you gave the money?
Well, Mr. Dean called me and asked me to call Mr. LaRue. I called Mr. LaRue, and he asked me if I could bring the amount which John Dean had specified to him at his apartment that evening on the way home from work. Mr. LaRue was the senior campaign official at the Committee to Re-elect the President, and I decided that I would drop it by at his apartment.
And how much was that you received?
Well, my recollection is that it was $40,000. I know John Dean has testified it was either 40 or 70, and Mr. LaRue said it was 50. But
well, did there come a time when you actually delivered the balance to Mr. LaRue?
Yes, I did.
And who instructed you to do that?
Well, I wasn't instructed to do that, really. Again, Mr. Dean called me and said, well, it's time we get the balance back to the committee. Why don't you call Mr. LaRue? Called Mr. LaRue. He said, can you drop it by at my apartment? I said, yes. John Dean said, get a receipt for the entire amount. So I went to Mr. LaRue's apartment, gave him the money, asked him for a receipt. He said, You'll have to talk to John Dean about getting a receipt. I will
Well,
not give
is
you
this
one.
the time that in your statement you indicated that Mr. LaRue put on gloves and to take the money out of the bag?
Yes, that was the occasion.
And after he did that, did you find it somewhat unusual to ask him for a receipt?
Well, I was quite surprised, but those had been my instructions to ask for a receipt. So
And you did?
I asked for a receipt.
And you didn't get any?
No, I didn't.
In a moment, Chief Counsel Sam Dash will question Mr. Strachan about the activities of Donald Segretti. Public television's coverage of the Watergate hearings will continue after we pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPAC continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Robert McNeil.
As we go back to the hearings, Gordon Strachan, former aide to H.R. Haldeman, is answering questions.
Were you aware at any time that that money was being used for the payment of the legal fees for the defendants in the Watergate case and the support of their families?
No, I was not, and I was quite surprised to learn about it because...
Well, when did you first learn about it?
In the press. Because within a couple of weeks or a month before I delivered it to Mr. LaRue, I'd talked about the money with Earl Silbert. If you were going to pick money to give to defendants, you surely wouldn't pick money that the prosecutors would know about.
Who knew that you were talking to Earl Silbert? I think you mentioned that Mr. Dean knew.
Well, Mr. Dean was present, yes.
Yes. So then, was this another case in which the lines of communication excluded you, at least, as a party to the communication?
To whom?
Is this another case in which the lines of communication, specifically with regard to the use of this money for legal defense funds, excluded you as one of the persons receiving the communication?
That's correct.
Now, you testified before the grand jury, and did you testify before the grand, did you speak to the FBI in August of 1972? Did they
Yes.
interview you?
Yes.
Did anybody talk to you prior to your interview with the FBI at that time?
Yes. Mr. Chapin was also going to be interviewed on the same day by the FBI, and Mr. Dean knew that, we didn't learn directly from the FBI. Mr. Dean called us up and said that we would be interviewed by the FBI, and we went over to his office maybe an hour before the FBI interview.
And did Mr. Dean say anything to you?
Yes. I assume Chapin had talked to Dean about Segretti. I know I had talked to Dean about Segretti before that. We reviewed those facts. He indicated to me that don't necessarily volunteer anything to the FBI, but make sure that your statement to them is absolutely correct.
Going back just briefly on the transfer of the money, did Mr. Haldeman know that you had returned that money at the request of Mr. Dean to Mr. LaRue?
Well, he didn't know from me at that time. It wasn't until later that I told him that I had returned the money to Mr. LaRue at Mr. Dean's instructions.
And did you get an indication from him that he had authorized that transfer?
Well, he said, obviously you wouldn't have done it unless you thought Mr. Dean were speaking for me.
So that, what did you conclude from that?
That I hadn't taken the money to the wrong person.
And that you weren't in trouble again or at all with Mr. Haldeman for doing that?
That's correct.
Now, did you testify before the grand jury in April of 1973?
Yes.
Did anyone speak to you concerning your testimony prior to your testimony?
Yes, I talked to Mr. Haldeman before my grand jury testimony.
What, if anything, did he say? What was the nature of that discussion?
Well, I had drawn up a list of what I considered to be tough questions, and I went through them with him, and he told me to make sure that I answer with the absolute truth.
Did Mr. Magruder speak to you prior to the April testimony that you gave to the grand jury?
Yes, on March 28th, Mr. Magruder called me and asked if he could see me. I said I didn't think it was a particularly good idea. He insisted, said he had to talk to me. Could he come over to my home that evening? I finally agreed, and he came to my home.
And could you just briefly give us the nature of the conversation?
Well, he walked in. In his arm he had what he indicated to me were the transcripts of his trial testimony and his grand jury testimony. And he said the prosecutor...
Did he tell you that that was his grand jury testimony? The grand jury testimony of when?
I'm not sure when, but he had a package of documents which he indicated were his testimony before the trial in the grand jury. When I later mentioned the matter to John Dean, his answer was, I never understood where Magruder got his grand jury transcript.
All right, what did he tell you when he walked in with the so-called grand jury testimony and his trial testimony?
He told me that the prosecutors were after him on perjury. They were not believing him. And he asked me if I would corroborate part of his story and convince the prosecutors that the story that Mr. Magruder had told was valid.
Well, what particular part? Could you be more specific? What did Mr. Magruder wanted you to corroborate that would involve you.
Mr. Magruder asked me to testify that I had talked to him about Mr. Liddy and had interceded on Mr. Liddy's behalf so that Mr. Magruder would not fire Mr. Liddy.
And do you know what time this was that he was speaking about? Was this, we've had testimony concerning a altercation between Mr. Magruder and Mr. Liddy prior to the March 30 meeting in Key Biscayne, at which time I think Mr. Magruder testified he was about to fire Mr. Liddy, and I think he's testified that you called him and asked him not to do so because we still needed Mr. Liddy for his intelligence operation. Was that the conversation that he was asking you to recall and to support him on?
I imagine so. That's clearly the time frame.
Well, what was your reaction? Did you say that you would cooperate him on that?
No, he was quite distraught. He made the plea to me on the basis of his family, very impassioned, how serious the consequences were, and I just didn't give him an answer. I just said, Jeb, I don't know. I was nervous about the meeting. He continued to call me the next week. Eventually, on April 8th, he called about 4 times when I was away from my home, and I decided to call him back. And I told him that, no, I couldn't corroborate that story. That was not the way I remembered it, and I could not testify to that.
Well, did you ever intervene on Mr. Liddy's behalf with Mr. Magruder?
No, not with Mr. Magruder. The incident, I believe, and I believe I learned this from Mr. Liddy, that he did not get along with Mr. Magruder. And Mr. Liddy asked if he could report to Mr. Haldeman. I knew that to be impossible, but said I would check. I called John Dean. I said, John, do you know that Magruder and Liddy are having a dispute and that Mr. Liddy wants to report to Mr. Haldeman? John Dean suggested that since I was going to have to prepare a memorandum for Mr. Haldeman, that I suggest that Mr. Haldeman call John Mitchell and have Mr. Liddy report to Mr. Mardian. I prepared the memorandum for Mr. Haldeman, summarizing the recommendation from John Dean. It came back from Mr. Haldeman, and instead of approve, disapprove, comment, he'd written in the margin, quote, let Dean handle. So I called John Dean up and I said, well, the recommendation didn't get accepted. Mr. Haldeman's instructions are that you should handle the problem.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Strachan, how often did you present these political action memoranda to Mr. Haldeman?
Well, I'd present them to him as often as weekly. If something extraordinary came up, it would slip to 3 or 4 weeks.
How many documents did you usually present at a time, or how many pieces of paper?
Well, usually the political matters memorandum in the original form would be 8 to 10 pages, and the tabs attached to it would make the entire document maybe 3/4 of an inch thick, an inch thick.
All right. Besides those memoranda and the talking papers, were there any other papers that you submitted to him on a regular basis?
Oh, yes. I submitted memoranda on polling. If I took a telephone call for him, I'd write a memorandum to him, say I talked to the individual that you didn't want to talk to, that sort of thing.
Could you give us some kind of an estimate, say on a weekly basis or a bi-weekly basis, how many pieces of paper you might submit to him with regard to those matters, other than political matters memos and other than talking papers? A rough estimate of the paper flow in an average week or 2-week period.
Quite substantial. Usually I'd have 1 or 2 memos in his action folder each day.
All right.
His FYI folder.
And how many pages would they usually be?
Usually just a page.
All right. All right, and you were one of his aides. Who were his other aides during the period of time from January on up through the election?
Well, originally, originally there was just Mr. Higbee. Then Mr. Curli joined the staff. Then I joined the staff. When the staff was reorganized in January 1, 72, Mr. Curli became staff secretary, and I assumed the role that he had been playing for Mr. Haldeman, that is, taking the papers in daily to him, still with Mr. Higbee. Another individual, George Collins, was added in July 1972, and then eventually another personal aide was added close to the election, Mr. O'Donnell, who was going to take over the assignments some of us had had.
So at the time of the election, there were, besides yourself, 4 other aides which he had working for him, directly under him.
If you count Mr. Curli in that group.
Higbee, Curli, Collins, and O'Donnell.
At the time of the election, correct.
All right. What was Mr. Higbee's job?
Mr. Higbee was the administrative assistant to Mr. Haldeman, the senior aide who would work on whatever projects Mr. Haldeman was working on at that particular time.
Would the paper flow go through Mr. Higbee invariably?
Invariably is pretty all-inclusive. I can't remember a case when the paper flow did not go through Mr. Higbee.
All right. Were these other people, Mr. Curli as staff secretary, what were his responsibilities and what kind of input did he have with Mr. Haldeman during, say, the first 4 or 5 months of 1972?
Well, his was primarily administrative. He would handle the presidential action memoranda and the presidential follow-up, as well as the administration of the staff in terms of furniture, secretaries, salaries, recommendations as to who on the staff should get a raise, that sort of thing.
Or did he contact Mr. Haldeman usually through memoranda?
All of us did.
All right. What I'm trying to do is get some idea of the paper flow, some idea of a typical day in Haldeman's life during this period of time. Mm-hmm. How much paper that he was contending with and what his responsibilities were. Mm-hmm. Could you elaborate a little bit further? You've told about your own situation. As far as these other people are concerned, would it be similar with regard to the paper flow, the number of papers that were being submitted?
Yes. The best way is to look at the papers as they eventually went into him in the folders. The folders were organized, and in the action folder there'd usually be 1 or 2 memoranda on which you would have to make a decision, maybe as many as 4 or 5. In the FYI folder, there would be usually more, maybe as many as a dozen pieces of paper. In the end of the day folder, which would have copies of other staff members' memos, there'd be maybe half a dozen pieces of paper.
But in addition to following up or supervising or whatever you say he did with regard to what was being submitted to him by his staff assistants, what were Mr. Haldeman's other duties? I know that they're probably pretty varied. For example, did he not travel with the President?
Yes, he did.
During the, say, through March, April, June, during that period of time, from January to June, could you give us some kind of estimate as to how often he was out of the office with the President?
Well, it's better to go the other way. If the President was out of the office, the chances were pretty good that Mr. Haldeman would be with him. That would be the case, for example, during the China trip, during the Russia trip. If the President took a trip into the country, Mr. Haldeman would normally travel with the President.
Did Haldeman actually have a schedule of his own, or was his schedule completely determined by that of the President?
Well, he'd have regular meetings in the morning, 8:15, 8:30 meetings, but after that, any matters or meetings put on Mr. Haldeman's schedule would be keyed off of the President's schedule. If the President were going to meet probably as tomorrow with the Shah of Iran, that would be a time when you knew Mr. Haldeman would be available and you could schedule a meeting at that time.
You mentioned tab H, and one of the tabs that you submitted to Mr. Haldeman after your conversation with Magruder on March 30. And he had told you in your conversation with him on June 20 that he had not read tab H, proceeded to read it. Were you ever aware of any other information, any other memoranda or parts of memoranda that he did not read?
Well, he would usually indicate, I think you could say that he read every single one of my political matters memos in the original form, but frequently he would not want to read the tabs, and he would write, I haven't read the tabs on it, or if there were no check marks in the upper right-hand corner of the tabs, then you would conclude that he had not read them. Your responsibility then would be to make a second determination as to whether or not he should in fact be not forced to read the tab, but it should be brought to his attention again.
All right. Now let's move to another point. Mr. Strachan, you testified that on March 31st, according to your best recollection, Mr. Magruder told you that a sophisticated political intelligence gathering system has been approved with a budget of $300, and that you, subsequent to that, made a political matters memorandum for Mr. Haldeman, in which you pretty much set out the same language verbatim and attached a tab H, as an example of the type of information that was being gathered. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
When did you submit the political action memorandum to Mr. Haldeman?
I'm not exactly sure.
How many days after your conversation with Magruder?
Well, it would have been within a couple of days, I guess. I mean, it's possible that it went over the weekend if he were going to be out of town, but it might have gone in on Monday. I just don't recall.
All right. Where did you obtain, and tab H was what's been referred to as sedan chair material.
Right.
I believe you previously stated that it had something to do with the Humphrey campaign. But you also stated that you assumed that it had something to do with a plant inside the various campaigns, the sedan chair materials. Where did you get this sedan chair material, which you submitted along with this memorandum at tab H?
Well, I'd received sedan chair from the committee.
On a regular basis?
No, I don't think I received it on a regular basis. I had received two other reports. This one was far and away the most interesting, which was the reason I included it at the tab.
All right, this really gets into another area of inquiry with regard to the committee, but it is relevant to other parts of your testimony, so I will pursue it just a little bit further. Who did you receive this material from at the committee?
I don't recall receiving it from a particular person. There was a standard messenger system that would deliver all the material from the committee to me. It was delivered to a box, and then the secretaries would open it and bring it in to me. There wasn't a buck slip or something on it that would indicate where it was from necessarily.
Do you recall having any conversations with anyone at the committee as to the source of the sedan chair material?
No, and I didn't really know that sedan chair 2 was a plant in the Humphrey campaign until I believe it was either Mr. Porter's or Mr. Reasoner's testimony to that effect.
As you were receiving the material, what did you assume the origins of this material to be?
Well, there were a lot of pieces of paper that would be characterized as political intelligence that would arrive from the committee and other members of the White House staff.
Well, what did you consider the origins of it to be as you were receiving it?
Well, I thought it could have been maybe a report from a reporter that was being paid by the committee, maybe a disgruntled staff member.
All right, so you did not assume that it was wiretap material?
No, I didn't make that assumption until considerably later when I went back and reread the opening remarks on sedan chair 2, that it was a confidential source reliably reporting some information, something to that effect.
When you submitted this memorandum to Mr. Haldeman and attached this material as tab H, what made you assume that this indeed was the type of material that this sophisticated political intelligence gathering system was producing? How did you associate the two?
Well, I had learned on December 2nd from John Dean that Mr. Liddy was going to assume control of Mr. Porter's intelligence gathering activities. And I prepared a talking paper for Mr. Haldeman where the question was, is Mr. Liddy the one person responsible at the committee for political intelligence? And if it was political intelligence coming from the committee, I assumed it was from Mr. Liddy.
Well, you received this information back in December, you say, about Mr. Liddy.
That's correct.
And you didn't receive the Magruder phone call until March 30, wherein he says a new system, I assume the implication was a new system, had been approved, or 1701 now has such a system. Did you not take that to mean a new system, which indeed had just been approved? Did he not mention the Key Biscayne meeting, or the fact that Mr. Mitchell or someone had just then recently approved a new system?
No, I figured maybe the entire system had been consolidated or something. I knew during January and February that political intelligence information was being acquired, presumably by Mr. Liddy.
All right, so you, in your mind anyway, at that time, there were really two systems, perhaps. You say systems perhaps were consolidated. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by consolidated? What was consolidated?
Well, as testimony has indicated, Mr. Liddy apparently received $125,000 well before this budget amount was approved. I had told Mr. Liddy that Mr. Segretti would report to him. I just assumed that finally there was going to be one unified system.
All right, now that gets back to the mid-April conversation you had with Haldeman when he told you to tell Liddy to transfer his capabilities from Muskie to McGovern. And as I understand it, now you're saying that you understood that Liddy was engaged in other intelligence gathering operations completely separate and apart from maybe electronic surveillance or what went on at the DNC, that from December you understood that Mr. Liddy was generally in the intelligence gathering business, so to speak, perhaps some of it even in a legitimate vein. The mid-April conversation, what did you take, what kind of capabilities did you understand Haldeman was telling you to have Liddy transfer from Muskie to McGovern?
I don't think I really focused on it, but I think I assumed that that would involve people like the Muskie driver.
Not electronic surveillance, but things like the Muskie driver and sedan chair operation that you previously testified about.
That's correct.
All right. Because do you know of any indication from transfer from Muskie to McGovern, do you know of any indication that Senator Muskie's offices were in any way, their phones were tapped, or there were any electronic devices placed in any of Muskie's offices?
No, I do not.
Backing up just a minute, this April 4 meeting between Haldeman and Mitchell, you prepared a talking paper for that meeting, and one item was the new system. What exactly did the talking paper say with regard to the system that Magruder told you about on March 30?
Well, it said something to the effect that is the intelligence gathering system adequate? Is the intelligence system on track? typical questions that I had put in other talking papers.
But you didn't know exactly what intelligence system you were talking about, did you?
No, I did not.
Did you not assume that Mr. Haldeman's only source of information with regard to that was yourself? Weren't you supposed to keep up with that? How did you expect Haldeman to be able to talk about it if Mitchell had answered yes or no if he didn't have any more information than you had?
Well, the purpose of the talking paper was to raise the subject. I would frequently say, for example, is the political organization in New York functioning smoothly? I knew very, very little about the political organization in New York.
But if you'd have referred to a political plan in New York, Mr. Haldeman would have had to know something about what plan you were talking about, would he not?
No.
I mean, doesn't that require some substantive knowledge in order to be able to discuss it at all?
Not necessarily. The point is to raise the subject so that Mr. Haldeman would receive some information from the individual that he would be talking with.
You mentioned, I believe in your statement, another point that Mr. Dean was responsible for coordinating the intelligence gathering activities or maybe relaying information. Would that be a factor also?
Yes, sir.
You never knew what Dean was informing him of at any particular time?
Well, I knew parts of what Dean was informing him of. I did not know all.
But let me see if I understand. Are you saying that it was your responsibility, generally it was your responsibility to act as liaison with the committee to re-elect, but are you saying that this also included the intelligence area, or are you saying that Dean actually was the liaison for this limited area of intelligence? Or did you overlap?
Well, several of the talking papers that I prepared for Mr. Haldeman would pose the question, should Dean be more than the White House contact for political intelligence? Again, just raising the subject for discussion. If I had a particular problem, as I did when Mr. Liddy asked if he could report to Mr. Haldeman, I would call Mr. Dean.
Why do you think that Haldeman asked you to contact Liddy? You're not knowing any more about it than you did in mid-April, instead of having Dean do it?
I'm not really sure about that. Maybe Dean was not available. It was a very simple message. It was a directive to someone at the committee. I'm not sure why he called me.
Your June 20 conversation that you had with Haldeman, when you discussed the break-in that occurred the morning of the 17th, you've gone into that in some detail. You said that he, and I believe I'm using your words, said to make sure that the files were clean. Are those the words that he used as best you can recall?
Pretty close.
Could that have more than one meaning? In retrospect, could it mean either that you were to destroy documents or that you were to find out if there were incriminating documents, other incriminating documents, regardless of what decision would be made with regard to them then? In retrospect, could it be given a double meaning?
Looking back now, it could be given a double meaning. All I know is what I assumed immediately at the time when the instruction was given to me, what I did shortly thereafter, and what I reported to John Dean shortly thereafter. The impression was very clear in my mind that the documents could be destroyed, but if you examine the sentence, it could be subject to two interpretations.
All right, but there's nothing else he said that bears on that directly. You were operating strictly on his word, make sure the files are clean.
That's correct.
All right. And in your conversation with him on July 1st on Air Force One, I believe that I think I'm quoting you exact when you said you told Haldeman that you had made sure that the files were clean. And Mr. Dash asked you what did he say when you told him you destroyed the files and so forth, and you accepted that word destruction. Now, if you can recall, what did you tell him? Did you, in fact, say that you had made sure the files were clean, or did you say that you had destroyed documents? What words did you use, if you can recall?
I told him that I had made sure the files were clean and that the political matters memorandum, which I had shown to him, I had destroyed, and I may well have mentioned to him that I had told John Dean about it. I don't recall telling Mr. Haldeman that I had told John Dean, however.
What did you tell John Dean? Mr. Dean's testimony, of course, I'm sure that you're familiar with, and he indicates that his primary suspicions with regard to Haldeman came from his conversation with you with regard to June 17 involvement. Did you tell him that Haldeman knew about, that Haldeman had received information which made him aware of what was going on with regard to electronic surveillance before June 17?
No, I think I told John Dean that I had prepared a political matters memorandum for Mr. Haldeman with this information in it, with the sedan chair, too, as an attachment, that Mr. Haldeman had not read that or had indicated to me that he had not read it before, that he read it at that time. And I proceeded to tell John Dean the documents that I had destroyed.
All right. Is that all you told him, as best you can remember?
Yes, I think so. That's clearly the reason I went to see John Dean, was to tell him that.
All right. What do you understand now the sedan chair 2 material had to do with, the origins of it? Fruits of electronic surveillance or plants inside of headquarters?
I just know the information that's been testified before this committee.
Well, most of the testimony, I believe, indicate the latter, does it?
That's correct.
With regard to the money, just one more point, Mr. Strong. I believe on April 6th, the $350,000 transfer was made. And from Mr. Dean's testimony, I believe Mr. Dash is correct. He indicates that approximately $22,000 was used or appropriated, and only about $7,000 was spent, leaving about $15,000 or $15,200, which was turned over to Mr. Dean. Then you testified that he said he wanted to make the $350,000 whole again, and therefore Fielding was dispatched to get $22,000 from Stans. But it would appear if Dean had $15,000 or $15,200, you would only need around an additional $7,000. Why did, well, first of all, who dispatched Fielding to get the money? Who told him how much to get? And why was he told to get $22,000 instead of just $7,000, which would have made the fund whole?
Well, I assume that John Dean told Fielding to go get the money and to get the amount. Why he told him to get 22, I simply don't know.
If he had gotten the 22, would it not appear that Mr. Dean would have an extra $15,000 or $15,200 over there, over and above the original $350,000?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Strawn. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Montoya.
Mr. Strawn, you indicated that you had submitted to Mr. Haldeman prior to the Key Biscayne decision a memorandum which indicated that this was going to be one of the subjects of discussion at Key Biscayne. Is that correct?
No, Senator. I think what I testified to is that after the Key Biscayne meeting, I submitted a memorandum to Mr. Haldeman describing the decisions made in Key Biscayne.
What did you mean when you said that Mr. Magruder had called you before he left for Key Biscayne and reviewed with you the decision papers that were going to be submitted to Mr. Mitchell?
No, I said that I was aware that Mr. Magruder would be going down to Key Biscayne to meet with Mr. Mitchell. I did not review with Mr. Magruder all pending matters that would be subject for discussion and decision in Key Biscayne.
As I understood your testimony, you had a telephone conversation with Mr. Magruder before he left for Key Biscayne, and that one of the items of conversation was with respect to this particular intelligence gathering plan. Did you state that?
No, Senator, that's not correct.
All right. Now, who was Mr. Butterfield's friend where the money was delivered? To whom the money was delivered?
Well, this memorandum is in existence, and I've recently reviewed it, and I believe the name of the individual who is a friend of Mr. Butterfield is a Mr. Lilly.
Lilly? What is his full name?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Now, in the process after June the 20th, you proceeded to destroy several documents with respect to political matters that might have been sensitive. Now, you testified that you spent several hours trying to cull these documents. What particular file room did you go to examine the sensitivity of these particular documents?
Well, the office that we moved into on January 1 was a unified office in that there was only one door, and both Bruce Curley and myself and 4 secretaries were located in one area behind one door. Since the documents in this office included presidential memoranda and presidential action papers, Mr. Haldeman's personal notes, the president's personal files, there was a sensor device installed so that when the door was closed, it was monitored at, I believe, the Secret Service or police monitoring station, so that no one could go into that office unless they were cleared with a guard, and the time of the person's going into the office and departure would be recorded. So when you ask which files I went through, they were the files in this office. In particular, I kept the political matters memoranda in one large file cabinet out by the secretaries.
In this particular office?
Yes, sir.
And was it at this particular office and from one of the filing cabinets therein that you culled the 5 specific documents which you have mentioned?
It's from this particular office and from this particular file cabinet that I culled the documents. I'm not sure the list is exactly 5.
Yes. Now, with respect to the political memorandum document in which you mention the Key Biscayne matter, what are the specifics in that particular document?
I'm sorry, Senator, would you repeat that?
With respect to the particular political matters document, what are the specifics with respect to the Key Biscayne decision?
Well, one of the 30 or so decisions that Mr. Magruder reported to me on included the statement that 1701, meaning, of course, the Committee to Re-elect the President, now has a sophisticated political intelligence gathering system with a budget of $300.
Was there more amplification of that statement?
The next sentence in the paragraph said a sample of the type of information they are developing is attached at tab H.
And what did tab H reflect in respect to that?
At tab H was a document, Sedan Chair 2.
Anything else?
concerning that subject?
Yes.
No, sir.
Now, you mentioned in previous testimony that the White House did have a dirty tricks capability. What did you mean by that?
Well, Mr. Colson's office was referred to as the Office of Dirty Tricks. So that's what I...
Well, within what context did you discuss this capability and Mr. Colson? You must have had some background information.
Well, periodically, press reports would appear about things which you would jokingly or not so jokingly attribute to Mr. Colson. The only specific matter that I can recall at the moment regarding what would be sort of a dirty trick was concerning the 1970 election when I worked on the attack ads with Mr. Colson.
What do you mean by the attack ads?
Well, in 1970, there were a series of Senate races wherein...
I believe we are entitled to investigate 1970.
No.
1972 and the campaign proceeding in the 1972 election.
I didn't mean to ask you that question with respect to the 1970 races. Now,
I just raised that point in the interest of time is all.
I just wanted to get the background as to this capability. You don't have to get the particular details if you don't, as the chairman states. Now, how long has this capability existed at the White House?
Well, I think it was there when I arrived in August of 1970.
And it was there during the 1972 campaign?
Yes, sir.
And who was the head of it?
Mr. Colson.
And was Mr. Haldeman acquainted with this capability?
Well, that was a subject of some concern. Every once in a while, Mr. Haldeman would ask me, well, what do you know about what Colson's doing? And I'd tell him, I'm sorry, I really don't know very much about what Mr. Colson is doing. And he'd turn to Mr. Higbee and say, you know anything about what Colson is doing? And it was sort of a joke. Nobody really knew what Mr. Colson was doing.
Did you believe that Mr. Haldeman knew what was going on there?
Well, if he knew, he found out directly from Colson.
What is your opinion with respect to what knowledge Mr. Haldeman might have had with respect to dirty tricks and to intelligence gathering? Is it your feeling that he did have this knowledge of what was going on?
You're asking my opinion?
Yes.
Well, my opinion would be that he was certainly aware of Mr. Colson's various dirty tricks, not necessarily the specifics or the details, but that he was generally aware of them, and that he was aware of intelligence gathering, since it had been discussed in several meetings.
Now, your testimony indicates that in all these political memoranda which you submitted to Mr. Haldeman, that there was a constancy about the question, what about the intelligence gathering, or is it adequate? You indicated that you'd always almost invariably include that particular sphere of inquiry. Now, why did you do this?
Well, from the time I arrived on Mr. Haldeman's staff, there was an interest in political intelligence gathering. The subject was raised in many meetings, never apparently formally resolved, so I would continue putting it in talking papers.
Now, was Mr. Liddy always mentioned when these discussions took place?
No. The first time Mr. Liddy's name was mentioned, I believe, was on November 4. There were several previous references to different intelligence plans.
What do you mean? What year are you speaking of?
1971.
And Mr. Liddy's name began propping up with respect to intelligence gathering about that time? Is that what your testimony is?
That's correct, Senator.
So that when Mr. Haldeman instructed you to tell Mr. Liddy to change from Senator Muskie's campaign to McGovern's, you understood the context within which he was speaking.
Oh, yes, sir.
And what kind of conversation did you have with Mr. Liddy in following Mr. Haldeman's instructions?
Well, I called up Mr. Liddy, asked him to come to my office, had him cleared to come to my office. He came in, and I opened my notebook and literally read the statement to him.
Will you please repeat the exact statement which you read to him, and also try to relate the conversation that you had by way of amplification, if you did?
Well, the statement that I read was transfer whatever capability you have from Muskie to McGovern, with particular emphasis on discovering the relationship between Senator McGovern and Senator Kennedy.
And when you spoke about or testified about the monitoring the conversation between Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Haldeman, did you take any notes of this particular conversation?
Yes, sir, I did.
What did those notes reflect?
Pretty close to what I've testified to. Those notes are in existence, and I've reviewed them recently. They're very close to what I mentioned earlier.
What were they? I didn't hear all of it.
It was a very brief conversation where Mr. Mitchell said he was either returning from Florida or had returned from Florida, and that he and Mr. Haldeman should probably get together. Mr. Haldeman mentioned that it was probably a mistake that he wasn't still down in Florida on vacation, sort of a joking reference. I think Mr. Haldeman suggested that 3 o'clock that day might be convenient.
They didn't discuss any specifics in the conversation with respect to the subject matter or the agenda for the next day?
The meeting was scheduled for that same day.
For that day?
And they did not discuss any specifics.
What did you incorporate with respect to intelligence gathering or with respect to Mr. Liddy in the talking paper that you submitted to Mr. Haldeman for that afternoon?
The question I posed, I would prepare the talking paper, be double-spaced, and there would be a paragraph on intelligence. Under the subject intelligence, I would pose questions such as, is the current system adequate? Is the intelligence system on track? Something to get the conversation going.
How long did the meeting take?
I did not attend the meeting, and I simply don't know how long it took. I received the materials back from the meeting, but I do not know how long the meeting lasted.
Now, in preparing these talking papers, and always including something with respect to your concern for the state of intelligence gathering going on, is it reasonable to assume that you had a fair background as to what the White House was doing by way of intelligence gathering, or otherwise you would not have given such importance to intelligence gathering about that time? Is that what your testimony is?
That's correct, Senator.
So that when Mr. Haldeman instructed you to tell Mr. Liddy to change from Senator Muskie's campaign to McGovern's, you understood the context within which he was speaking.
Oh, yes, sir.
And what kind of conversation did you have with Mr. Liddy in following Mr. Haldeman's instructions?
Well, I called up Mr. Liddy, asked him to come to my office, had him cleared to come to my office. He came in, and I opened my notebook and literally read the statement to him.
Will you please repeat the exact statement which you read to him, and also try to relate the conversation that you had by way of amplification, if you did?
Well, the statement that I read was transfer whatever capability you have from Muskie to McGovern, with particular emphasis on discovering the relationship between Senator McGovern and Senator Kennedy.
And when you spoke about the, or testified about the monitoring the conversation between Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Haldeman, did you take any notes of this particular conversation?
Yes, sir, I did.
What did those notes reflect?
Pretty close to what I've testified to. Those notes are in existence, and I've reviewed them recently. They're very close to what I mentioned earlier.
What were they? I didn't hear all of it.
It was a very brief conversation where Mr. Mitchell said he was either returning from Florida or had returned from Florida, and that he and Mr. Haldeman should probably get together. Mr. Haldeman mentioned that it was probably a mistake that he wasn't still down in Florida on vacation, sort of a joking reference. I think Mr. Haldeman suggested that 3 o'clock that day might be convenient.
They didn't discuss any specifics in the conversation with respect to the subject matter or the agenda for the next day?
It was the meeting was scheduled for that same day.
Or that day.
And they did not discuss any specifics.
What did you incorporate with respect to intelligence gathering or with respect to Mr. Liddy in the talking paper that you submitted to Mr. Haldeman for that afternoon?
The question I posed, I would prepare the talking paper, be double-spaced, and there would be a paragraph on intelligence. Under the subject intelligence, I would pose questions such as, is the current system adequate? Is the intelligence system on track? Something to get the conversation going.
How long did the meeting take?
I did not attend the meeting, and I simply don't know how long it took. I received the materials back from the meeting, but I do not know how long the meeting lasted.
Now, in preparing these talking papers, and always including something with respect to your concern for the state of intelligence gathering going on, is it reasonable to assume that you had a fair background as to what the White House was doing by way of intelligence gathering, or otherwise you would not have given such importance to this particular type of inquiry into the talking papers?
Well, I had absolutely no background in intelligence gathering. The reason the subject was included was that whenever it would go into a talking paper, there would be a note about it. I have to check Mr. Ehrlichman, or it's on track, or it isn't. Something to indicate that the subject should be re-raised.
Now, a few minutes ago, on cross-examination by Mr. Dash, you indicated that it was your assumption and belief, because of Mr. John Dean's dedication, that he would have told Mr. Haldeman about everything that he was doing. That was substantially your statement, was it not?
Well, that's slightly overstated, I think, Senator. My statement to Mr. Dash was that Mr. Dean had a remarkable facility for the facts, and that he reported independently to Mr. Haldeman and to Mr. Ehrlichman. There are many things in John Dean's office, minor conflict of interest matters, for example, that I'm fairly certain he never reported to Mr. Haldeman. So it wouldn't quite be accurate to say that he reported everything to him.
Well, no, you knew Mr. Dean for quite some time. Would you say he's a truthful man?
Well, I don't think he ever lied to me.
All right. Now, would it be your opinion that if John Dean said he had told the President about Watergate and the cover-up, would you say that Dean was telling the truth?
Well, this is my opinion based on my experience with John Dean, and my opinion would be that John Dean would be telling the truth.
All right. Now, let us go into this. What was your real motivation for coming to work at the White House?
Well, I'd practiced law for 2 years in New York. New York is a fascinating place to practice law, but a disastrous place in which to live. I'd known Mr. Chapin. He'd asked me to join the White House staff. I'd worked with certain members of the White House staff as an advance man. I liked the individuals. People told me Washington was a much better place to live. So I accepted the job.
And were you really thrilled and enthused about your assignment here in Washington when you first came here?
Oh, definitely. To be 27 years old and walking into the White House and seeing the President on occasion, and Dr. Kissinger, and it's a pretty awe-inspiring experience for a young man.
It's quite an opportunity for a young man, isn't it?
Yes, sir, it was.
Now, I know, Miss Strawn, how proud your family is of you. Because this information has come to them, and justly so, perhaps. But I want to ask you this question, and I think you can be of great help with your answer. Now, because of Watergate, many young people are writing to us, to the different members of the committee, expressing great consternation about the future of our country, and also saying that public service is not as attractive as before Watergate. In other words, they're greatly disappointed and feel let down in their expectations. Now, the Gallup poll indicates this. Now, going back to your original concepts of public service and the motivations which moved you into this spectrum, and then subsequently your soldierly obedience to instructions from your superiors, and your fall into the Watergate pit, what advice do you have for these young people? I believe they want to hear from you. Now, will you expound on that?
Well, may not be the type of advice that you could look back and want to give, but my advice would be to stay away.
Just don't. I think you've answered it very well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The committee will stand in recess till 2 o'clock.
With that startling personal statement from Gordon Strachan, the committee broke off the proceedings for a luncheon break and a long executive session. When we resume in a moment, we will have the committee's reaction to the President's refusal to turn over tapes of his conversations. Public television's coverage of the Senate Watergate hearings will continue after a pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Jim Lehrer.
As we go back to the hearing, Senator Ervin is about to read the President's letter on the tape recordings, and then Ervin delivers the committee's response.
Well, in the interest of time, I think perhaps I should read into the record the communications which I have had from the committee. The first is a letter from the White House, Washington, July the 23rd, 1973, addressed to me, Dear Senator, in view of the intervening events since our telephone conversation on July the 12th, I know of no useful purpose that would be served by our having a meeting at this time. If you feel otherwise, please have Mr. Edmiston contact Mr. Timmons, and he will arrange a time for a meeting. Sincerely, Richard Nixon. Well, at long last, I've got something I agree with the President on in connection to this matter. If the President doesn't think there's any useful purpose can be obtained by our meeting together, I will not dissent from that view. So I won't ask for privilege of visiting the White House. The second letter is dated the same day, July the 23rd, 1973, from the White House, Washington. Dear Mr. Chairman, I have considered your request that I permit the committee to have access to tapes of my private conversations with a number of my closest aides. I have concluded that the principles stated in my letter to you of July the 6th preclude me from complying with that request, and I shall not do so. Indeed, the special nature of tape recordings of private conversations is such that these principles apply even with greater force to tapes of private presidential conversations and to presidential papers. If release of the tapes would settle the central questions at issue in the Watergate inquiries, then their disclosure might serve a substantial public interest that would have to be weighed very heavily against the negatives of disclosure. The fact is that the tapes would not finally settle the central issues before the committee, your committee. Before their existence became publicly known, I personally listened to a number of them. The tapes are entirely consistent with what I know to be the truth and what I have stated to be the truth. However, as in any verbatim recording of informal conversations, they contain comments that persons with different perspectives and motivations would inevitably interpret in different ways. Furthermore, they are inseparably interspersed in them a great many very frank and very private comments on a wide range of issues and individuals, wholly extemporaneous to the committee's inquiry. Even more important, the tapes could be accurately understood or interpreted only by reference to an enormous number of other documents and tapes, so that to open them at all would begin an endless process of disclosure and explanation of private presidential records totally unrelated to Watergate and highly confidential in nature. They are the clearest possible example of why presidential documents must be kept confidential. Accordingly, the tapes which have been under my sole personal control will remain so. None has been transcribed or made public, and none will be. On May the 22nd, I described my knowledge of the Watergate matter and its aftermath in categorical and unambiguous terms that I know to be true. In my letter of July the 6th, I informed you that at an appropriate time during the hearings, I intend to address publicly the subjects you are considering. I still intend to do so, and in a way that preserves the constitutional principle of separation of powers and that serves the interests not just of the Congress or the President, but of the people. Sincerely, Richard Nixon. Upon the receipt of this communication from the White House, the Select Committee held a meeting and unanimously voted to authorize and direct the chairman to issue two subpoenas, one requiring the President to produce the tapes, which are to be described in the subpoena, and the other requiring the President to make available to the committee. I should have said requiring the President to make available to the committee the tapes which will be described in the subpoena and the presidential papers, that is, the papers, the White House papers that are to be described in the subpoena. This is a rather remarkable letter about the tapes. If you notice, the President says he's heard the tapes, or some of them, and they sustain his position. But he says he's not going to let anybody else hear them for fear they might draw a different conclusion. In other words, the President says that they are susceptible of, well, I construe it two different interpretations, one favorable to him and one favorable to his aides and one not favorable to his aides. I deeply regret this action of the committee. I have very different ideas of the separation of powers from those expressed to the President. If such thing as executive privilege is created by the doctrine of separation of powers, it has these attributes. First, if it exists at all, it only exists in connection with official duties. Second, under no circumstances can it be invoked for either alleged illegal activities or political campaign activities. I am certain that the doctrine of the separation of powers does not impose upon any president either the duty or the power to undertake to separate a congressional committee from access to the truth concerning alleged criminal activities. I was in hopes that the President would accede to the request of this committee for these tapes and these papers. I love my country. I venerate the office of President. And I have the best wishes for the success of the President incumbent of that office, because he's the only President this country has at this time. The President not only has constitutional powers which require him to see to it or to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, and I think it's his duty under those circumstances to produce information which would either tend to prove or disprove that criminal activities have occurred. But beyond that, the President of the United States, by reason of the fact that he holds the highest office in the gift to the American people, owes an obligation to furnish a high standard of moral leadership to this nation. And his constitutional duties, in my opinion, and undoubtedly his duty of affording moral leadership to the country, place upon him some obligation under these circumstances. We have evidence here that during the time the President was running for re-election for the highest office in the gift of the people of this nation, that some of his campaign funds were found in the possession of burglars in the headquarters of the opposition political party. And I think that high moral leadership demands that the President make available to this committee any information in the form of tapes or records which would shed some light on that crucial question: how did it happen that burglars were caught in the headquarters of the opposition party with the President's campaign funds in their pockets and in their hotel bedrooms at the time? And I don't think the people of the United States are interested so much in abstruse arguments about the separation of powers or executive privileges as they are in finding the answer to that question. I deeply regret that this situation has arisen, because I think that the Watergate tragedy is the greatest tragedy this country has ever suffered. I used to think that the Civil War was our country's greatest tragedy, but I do remember that there were some redeeming features in the Civil War, in that there was some spirit of sacrifice and heroism displayed on both sides. I see no redeeming features in Watergate.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Bacon.
Mr. Chairman, it's difficult for me to express my disappointment that we arrive at the place where at least the leading edge of a confrontation on the question of separation of powers between the Congress and the White House is before us. You have pointed out, I'm sure, that the committee has authorized by unanimous vote the issuance of a subpoena ducis tecum for certain documents and certain portions of the so-called Butterfield tapes relevant to the inquiry of this committee. As my colleagues on the committee know, I've tried as hard as I know how to find a way around this confrontation. I've suggested various and several alternative possibilities. Even now, I don't despair of hope that we can find a way to reconcile our differences and the conflict that impends between the Congress and the Executive Department. But I concur with my colleagues on the committee in the evaluation that there was no other practical course of action except to authorize the action which has now been described. And I voted for it, and I support it. I think the material sought by the subpoena ducis tecum, or more accurately by the subpoenas ducis tecum, are essential, if not vital, to the full, thorough inquiry mandated and required of this committee. I shall refrain from expressing my evaluation of the entire situation. That is, the totality of the testimony and the inferences to be drawn from it, until we've heard all of the information, all of the witnesses, all of the testimony, and examined all of the documents that are made available to us. On February 24th, 1974, or prior thereto, if the committee files its report at an earlier date, I'll express my conclusions, but not before. It's my fond hope, however, that when we do finally get to the business of writing a report, that we have all of the available information and that we can, in fact, write a definitive statement on Watergate, not trying to indict or punish anyone, certainly not trying to persecute anyone, nor to protect anyone. The committee is criticized from time to time for its absence of rules of evidence, the right of confrontation, of cross-examination by counsel, and a number of other legal concepts that we do not have. But we do not have defendants either. And we're not trying to create defendants. We're trying to find fact, to establish circumstances, to divine the causes, to ascertain the relationships that make up in toto the so-called Watergate affair. I am unhappy that it is necessary for us to come to the brink of a constitutional confrontation, and although that's a hackneyed phrase, it's an accurate phrase, a constitutional confrontation between the Congress and the White House, a confrontation that's never been resolved in its totality with the courts, a principle and a doctrine that's never been fully elaborated and spelled out in order to fully discharge our obligation as a committee. But I think that's precisely where we are. I have no criticism of any person. I will not sit in judgment of any person or the conduct of any person until all of the evidence is taken. But I can do no less than try to gain all of the information available on which to base such a conclusion later. Thank you, sir.
I commend the excellent statement of my vice chairman. Any other member of the committee have any observation they'd like to make at this time before we resume the interrogation of the witness? If not, then Senator White will question the witness.
President. Yes, in a second.
Please have order in the caucus room so we can proceed. Everyone move just as quiet as possible so Senator Weicker can, the questions can be heard by the witness and so the witness's answers can be heard by the committee.
Mr. Strachan, you indicated to the committee in earlier testimony of your monitoring of a telephone conversation between John Mitchell and Bob Haldeman. Is that correct?
Yes,
monitoring, in other words, you're listening in on the conversation between these two individuals. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator, that is correct.
And, of course, we also know of apparatus installed in the White House as to the bugging of rooms or the taping of telephone conversations that's been described by an earlier witness. Can you tell me of any other system within the White House or the EOB relative to the taping of telephone conversations?
Well, I'm not sure it's been described by other witnesses before, but we discussed this with you, Senator, in executive session, as I recall, and at that point I mentioned that several White House aides had the capability on their telephone to switch their dictaphones to record telephone conversations.
Could you give to the committee the names of those that had that capability?
I'm not sure the list would be inclusive. Those that I know...
Did you have such an apparatus on your telephone?
Yes, Senator, I did.
All right. Could you name any others that you knew of that had such a system on their telephone?
Yes. My secretary, Mr. Higbee, Mr. Colson.
Do you have any of the tapes from your telephone conversations, tapes derived this particular way?
Well, the tapes from my telephone conversations were usually transcribed immediately, and then the tapes simply reused. Some of the transcriptions still exist in the executive office building.
Do you know of transcriptions of the telephone conversations over Mr. Colson's phone? Or did you indicate that Mr. Higbee had such a system? Yes, Mr. Higbee. Do you know if transcriptions of their taped telephone conversations exist?
I simply do not know. The only documents that I have access to are my own records.
So it is true then that in addition to the system employed by the President, the individual members of the White House staff, at least to the extent of yourself and Mr. Colson and Mr. Higbee, also had the capability to tape telephone conversations. And that, to your knowledge, a transcription of those conversations, at least your conversations, let me be very specific, still exists at the White House.
Yes, Senator, that's correct.
When was this system set up?
I believe it was installed when I joined Mr. Haldeman's staff and became extensively involved in polling operations.
And who was responsible for setting up the system?
I don't know who technically set up the system. It would either have been the White House Communications Agency or possibly the Secret Service. I just don't know who the technical people were who made the arrangement.
At what date in time did you acquire this taping capability. I don't think you answered the question I previously asked, and I'd just like to ask it again. At what date and time did you acquire this taping capability?
Well, I definitely had it when we moved into our new offices on January 1, 1972, and I think I had it in the previous office that I had the 6 months prior to that.
Don't you know whether or not you had a taping capability prior to January of 72? Would you like to, let me refresh your memory, if I'm not mistaken, did you not have experiences that dealt with the taping of polling operations, and wouldn't that have taken place prior to 72?
Yes, that's why I'm fairly certain I did. I just cannot picture in my mind the capability in my prior office.
All right, then let's move on from that point to an area which you discussed with the committee when I was present, relative to the election of 1972, and more specifically, what I would term White House attitudes towards Democratic congressmen and Democratic senators in the South. Just raising the subject in that general way, would you like to indicate to the committee your knowledge of these congressional and senatorial races and the attitudes of the White House toward them?
Well, as I indicated to you in executive session, Senator, there was a list of approximately 100 Democratic congressmen, primarily from the South, who had supported the President on the crucial votes on the Vietnam War. And I don't recall a list number of the Democratic senators, again primarily from the South, who similarly had supported the President on crucial votes on the Vietnam War.
And what was the purpose of this list?
Well, it was my understanding that the 100 Democratic senators would not receive very strong opposition from Republicans.
Let me be specific. I think, do you mean to say the 100 senators and congressmen? You didn't mean 100 senators, but 100 senators and congressmen, the total?
Yes, Senator, I made a mistake. 100 congressmen.
Would not receive opposition from Republicans, is that correct?
I don't know if it was quite as strong as would not receive opposition, but the goal was not to give a tremendous amount of support to Republicans that would oppose these congressmen.
In some instances, was it discussed that no opponent would be fielded against the Democrat?
I can't specifically recall that.
In the way of financial support to the Republican, was this withheld?
There was a lot of discussion as to whether or not there should be any financial support to Republican candidates, primarily because of the support that the President enjoyed from the labor movement. They were supporting Democratic congressmen, and the feeling was that since they were supporting the President, maybe we wouldn't funnel funds into Republican congressional campaigns.
Well, now, Mr. Strachan, this goes a little bit even beyond what was discussed in the executive session. We now are in another area as to support for Republican candidates. In other words, the two areas, let me be very clear on this point. In the instance of certain Republican candidates in the South, support was withheld from them because their Democratic opponents had supported the President on the war. Would that be a fair paraphrase?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And now also, apparently, there is another category of Republican whose support was withheld from, and that is a category that the choice was made on the basis that since the President enjoyed labor support, it would be offensive to go ahead and finance the Republican candidacy against the Democrat. Is that correct?
Yes, I think the basis of that decision, there were substantial campaign funds, but when proposals would be submitted for some of those campaign funds to be channeled into House and Senate races, those proposals would usually be rejected.
Who would make these types of decisions?
The only decisions I know about were made by Mr. Haldeman.
In other words, in effect, if I'm not mistaken, is that we have Republicans doing in Republicans here. Is that correct?
Well, the President made quite a point during the campaign, and most of the campaign literature was not specifically tied to the Republican Party because something like 20 million Democrats supported the President. The effort was to not rely tremendously on a party that represented only 27% of the people.
So, in effect, the Committee to Re-elect the President operation was not a Republican effort. It was a Committee to Re-elect the President operation.
That's a fair statement.
So I think, Mr. Chairman, possibly it's not only your party that's aggrieved at this stage of the game, but also my Republican Party that's been aggrieved by the actions of these individuals. Is there any other category of Republican that you can think of that had support withheld from his campaign?
Not that I can think of at the moment.
Did it occur to you then, or does it occur to you now, that that absolutely guaranteed the fact that the Republican Party could not take control of either the House or the Senate in the election of 1972?
Would you repeat the question?
Did it ever occur to you then, or do you realize now that by these actions taken, it would be impossible for the Republican Party to take control of either the House or the Senate in the election of 72?
Well, I don't think very many people considered it a reasonable possibility that the Republicans would ever capture the House.
I see. So in other words, the matter was given up on even before it started.
Well, the numbers are simply overwhelming.
Did we have any sort of an election contest? I'm talking outside of the presidency now. Was there a contest in 1972 for the House or for the Senate?
Of course, and there was considerably more interest in the Senate because there are obviously fewer races and it's easier to concentrate your assets.
Well, who did we contest the Democrats with is my question.
In which races?
Well, that's what I'm asking you. I mean, where apparently Republicans that ran against Democrats were denied support either on the basis of the Democrats' voting record on the war or on the basis of the fact that they enjoyed labor support. What was left?
I would guess the balance.
I think I've engaged long enough in this subject that it only occurred to me on the basis of the information that you gave willingly to the committee the other day, and maybe it puts in proper focus the question as to who are good Republicans and who are bad Republicans, something I seem to hear of a great deal these days. One last, or just two last questions. Have you ever had occasion to converse with Mr. Richard Moore?
Yes, I've talked with Mr. Moore several times.
And can you give me the subject matter of those conversations?
Well, there would be quite a few. When Mr. Moore joined the staff, he became, as he testified, sort of a senior advisor to many of the junior men on the staff, and I accepted gratefully his advice. He took me out to lunch a couple of times.
Let me not, so I don't put you to too great a recounting of your experiences with Mr. Moore. Was the last time you met Mr. Moore? Well, did you meet Mr. Moore in March of 1973?
I could very well have. I don't keep a diary or know what meeting you're asking about.
I specifically am referring to the meeting on the Segretti matter.
Yes, I'm not entirely certain it was in March, but on a Sunday morning, Dwight Chapin and Mr. Moore and I met regarding the Segretti matter.
And what exactly transpired as between Mr. Moore, yourself, and Mr. Chapin?
Well, this meeting was an attempt to prepare, as I understood it, a report from Mr. Moore to the President describing exactly the Segretti matter.
Did Mr. Moore have any unusual documents in his possession?
Yes, sir. He had Dwight Chapin and my FBI Form 302.
Mr. Richard Moore showed to you and to Mr. Chapin your FBI 302 files?
That's correct.
Did you consider this an unusual procedure? Are these files that are available to everyone, or was this a rather unusual procedure?
Well, the files are not available to everyone. Mr. Moore told me that he had received them from Mr. Dean and was working with Mr. Dean on this particular matter.
I don't think there is much further, Mr. Chairman, along this line of questioning that I can get directly from this witness, but I think it's very important, considering the rather harsh criticism that was directed against a member of the staff of this committee in his questioning of Mr. Moore, that at some appropriate time Mr. Moore be called back before the committee to explain this particular activity. And I, insofar as a staff member, of course, refer to Mr. Lenzner, who received a great deal of harsh criticism, which I think in light of these facts brought out now, that FBI 302 files were being displayed by Mr. Moore and at least to Mr. Strachan, and then we would have to question Mr. Chapin that he be brought back before the committee, and I consider probably Mr. Lenzner's questioning entirely appropriate in light of this new information.
I'd like to interrupt the proceedings here and read, this is a copy of the resolution adopted by the committee. The Senate Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities hereby unanimously resolves, first, that the chairman of the committee be and he is hereby authorized to issue a subpoena due case taken requiring the President of the United States to make available to the committee the electronic tapes and recorded telephone messages recording conversations between him and any other persons relating to alleged criminal acts occurring in connection with the presidential election of 1972, such tapes and recordings to be identified in specific terms in such subpoena. Second, that the chairman of the committee is authorized and directed to issue a subpoena due case taken requiring the President to make available to the committee any papers in his custody or under his control which tend to prove or disprove the commission of any alleged criminal acts related to the presidential election of 1972, which the committee is authorized to investigate under Senate Resolution 60. Such papers to be designated in the subpoena to the maximum extent possible. Senator, in no way. Are you?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I've got just a few additional questions, which I'll be glad to wait until we go around the second time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Strachan, in your conference with the staff, you suggested that you were aware of the use of the Internal Revenue Service for political purposes. Could you elaborate on that, sir?
Well, the talking papers which John Dean submitted as, I believe, exhibits to his testimony, I received probably the originals of those talking papers from Mr. Dean for Mr. Haldeman. They're still in existence in my, or rather in the files in the Executive Office building, and I prepared a summary talking paper, one page, incorporating those matters mentioned by Mr. Dean and by Mr. Caulfield for a projected meeting between Mr. Haldeman and the Secretary of the Treasury.
What procedures were recommended in these talking papers?
Well, the suggestion was that the Commissioner of the Internal Revenue Service should be more politically responsive to requests presumably from the White House staff or at least from the Secretary of the Treasury.
We have received testimony suggesting that the White House made an attempt to place a White House person in the Internal Revenue Service. Were you one of those designated for placement in the Internal Revenue Service?
Well, I had practiced tax law in New York. I had hoped to join the Internal Revenue Service, not as one placed there. And that was considered at one point, decided against because my move there from being on Mr. Haldeman's staff would be too obviously political, so the suggestion was rejected.
Do you know of any discussions involving American citizens who were destined for special treatment by the Internal Revenue Service?
One individual in particular was mentioned to me as a person who, when a more politically responsive commissioner had been placed in the Internal Revenue Service, would be subject to a full field audit.
Who is this person, sir?
Mr. Clark Clifford.
Any other person?
No. I was asked to contact Mr. Colson's office for a list of 20 people who would be subject to such activity.
Did you get this list, sir?
Called Mr. Colson's office, and it's my understanding that the list was eventually sent to John Dean.
Some of us have attempted to determine the specific responsibility or function of Mr. Colson in the White House. Could you enlighten this committee as to what Mr. Colson was supposed to be doing in the White House? What were his responsibilities?
Well, I believe his official title was Special Counsel to the President. He emerged remarkably from having one staff assistant to having fairly substantial staff, maybe 20 people. He seemed to be involved in almost every major decision. If originally, I believe, he maintained contact with labor organizations, outside business groups, and he continued to do that. But he would also have suggestions in personnel matters. He would have recommendations as to issue stances. For example, what position the President should take on the question of abortion, that sort of thing.
5 minutes, Bill, and I'll get that one. Talk about that, and I can ask my questions while you go and open and let you resume when you get back. Thank you, sir.
Please proceed, sir. What else did Mr. Colson do?
Well, he also contributed political advice, kept track particularly of activities in Massachusetts. Pretty across-the-board involvement. He was interested in advertising. He was, for example, the source of the advertisement surrounding the bombing decision.
Why were you referred to Mr. Colson for this list? Was that part of his responsibility, this enemy list?
Well, it was my understanding that he maintained the lists in his office, both of friends and people to contact, key leaders in certain areas within the country, and that he would also be able to select those who were leaders who did not support us.
Mr. Strachan, you've indicated that you're a specialist in tax matters, and I recall in your testimony that you had been singled out to assist the President in establishing his estate plan. Isn't that correct, sir?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And you worked with Mr. Ehrlichman to formulate a plan.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Now, in the establishment of this estate plan, I gather that you had in mind some tax benefit from the contribution of certain papers and documents to the government. Isn't that correct, sir?
Yes, sir. Under the tax law prior to the Reform Act of 1969, there was a provision whereby presidential papers and documents could be contributed to substantial tax advantage to the donor.
Was any distinction made between personal, private papers and public papers, or were they all in one package, sir?
Well, that question of law has never been settled. Most presidents have taken the view that any documents prepared in their public capacity belong to them. Former President Johnson left with something like 20 moving vans full of documents and memorabilia with no apparent distinction between personal papers that he had drafted and papers that had been prepared by other members of the government for him.
Were the tapes that we have been discussing today part of the estate of Richard M. Nixon? Part of the estate plan?
Well, usually the description of the assets which would be transferred would be extraordinarily broad. Terms such as materials would be used to include everything: papers, memorabilia, state gifts, tapes, photographs, almost anything related to the presidency.
Were you aware that the tapes that have been under discussion the last few days were considered as part of the estate plan of the president?
No, I did not know of the existence of those tapes until Mr. Butterfield's testimony.
Now, you have said that you prepared several political memos which were passed on to Mr. Haldeman. Are you aware if these memos were ever seen by the president?
No, and I would doubt that they were, because memoranda which I drafted for Mr. Haldeman that he reviewed with the president would usually concern polling matters, and he would put a P up in the upper right-hand corner indicating that he'd want to take it in and cover it with the president, and then it would come back to me with a check mark through the P indicating that he had covered it with the president. And I do not remember, and I'm certain I would, that any of my political matters memos were covered with the president in that form.
My final question before we recess for a few moments. Mr. John Dean stated that he recalled visiting you in your office in the presence of Mr. Richard Moore, and recalling your saying that you would, if necessary, perjure yourself to prevent involving Mr. Haldeman. Just for the record, is that still the frame of your mind?
Well, it's certainly not the frame of my mind now, and it wasn't at the time. The particular meeting or conversation that Mr. Dean, I believe, is referring to followed a series of meetings to decide how to cope with the Segretti matter. Mr. Dean testified that there was a Sunday meeting in the Roosevelt Room, and he listed the attendees trying to deal with the imminent story on Mr. Segretti. Mr. Dean did not mention my name, yet I was at that meeting. There were a series of meetings after that, and I believe one of them was the meeting in question with Mr. Moore. We were working on statements that could be put out to the press by the White House, such as the one that Mr. Chapin eventually released. And I indicated at that time that if a statement was to be released in my name, it could indicate that I had approved Don Segretti instead of Mr. Haldeman. I regretted that at the time, but as Mr. Dean has indicated, it was a fairly common practice in the White House. For example, Fred Malek assumed responsibility for authorizing the FBI investigation on Mr. Shore. Mr. Colson assumed the responsibility for the 1970 attack ads. Neither of those were true, but that was the statement that was put out.
You did not say at any time that you would perjure yourself not to involve Mr. Haldeman?
No, sir, I did not. There was no pending body where I would take an oath and have to make a statement. And in fact, when I eventually was asked that particular question before the grand jury on April 11th, who approved the hiring of Donald Segretti, I answered, Mr. Haldeman did.
So this is one instance where you're maintaining that Mr. Dean's memory failed him.
Yes, I think it's probably, as Dick Moore described it, subject to Irvin's law. 3 people in a meeting. Remember the context of the discussion. I regret having made the statement, but in the White House staff there was an overwhelming and frequently inappropriate sense of loyalty, and in that context I made such an offer and regret it.
I wish I could continue, sir, but we have a vote, so the panel, the committee, will stand in recess until the return of the chairman.
As the committee pauses for a vote on the Senate floor, we're going to pause in our playback. Public television's coverage of the Watergate hearings will continue after a break for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service.
was to be released in my name, it could indicate that I had approved Don Segretti instead of Mr. Haldeman. I regretted that at the time, but as Mr. Dean has indicated, it was a fairly common practice in the White House. For example, Fred Malek assumed responsibility for authorizing the FBI investigation on Mr. Shore. Mr. Colson assumed the responsibility for the 1970 attack ads. Neither of those were true, but that was the statement that was put out.
You did not say at any time that you would perjure yourself not to involve Mr. Haldeman?
No, sir, I did not. There was no pending body where I would take an oath and have to make a statement. And in fact, when I eventually was asked that particular question before the grand jury on April 11th, who approved the hiring of Donald Segretti, I answered, Mr. Haldeman did.
So this is one instance where you're maintaining that Mr. Dean's memory failed him?
Yes, I think it's probably, as Dick Moore described it, subject to Irvin's law. 3 people in a meeting. Remember the context of the discussion. I regret having made the statement, but in the White House staff there was an overwhelming and frequently inappropriate sense of loyalty, and in that context I made such an offer and regret it.
I wish I could continue, sir, but we have a vote, so the panel, the committee, will stand in recess until the return of the chairman.
As the committee pauses for a vote on the Senate floor, we're going to pause in our playback. Public television's coverage of the Watergate hearings will continue after a break for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPAC continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Robert McNeil.
As we go back to the hearings, Senator Ervin is asking Gordon Strachan to reconstruct what Strachan told H.R. Haldeman.
Mr. Strachan, as I understand your testimony, before Magruder went to Key Biscayne to meet with John Mitchell, he told you about a number of things that he was going to take up for decision by Mr. Mitchell. And you made a statement, made a report, one of your written reports, Mr. Haldeman, about the matters that Magruder had told you he was going to take up with Mr. Mitchell.
Mr. Chairman, I believe my testimony is that Mr. Magruder called me after the discussion of the Key Biscayne decisions, and I reported those decisions after they had been made to Mr. Haldeman in the Political Matters Memorandum.
Well, thank you. I just had gotten it, hadn't understood it right. Then it was after he got back from Key Biscayne. He told you about the decisions that he'd made?
That's correct. He reviewed the 30 or so pending decisions and what had been decided.
And one of those decisions that he said was that he told you that Mr. Mitchell had authorized these sophisticated intelligence operation.
Yes, sir. That was one of the decisions that he indicated had been approved at the meeting.
And then you made a report to Mr. Haldeman, reporting that Mr. Magruder had informed you that the following decisions had been made by Mr. Mitchell at Key Biscayne, and you enumerated among those decisions the approval of the sophisticated intelligence operation at a budget of $300, as you put it.
That's correct.
And then later, that paper was returned to you with a check mark indicating, according to the custom, that of Mr. Haldeman, and Mr. Haldeman had read that.
That's correct.
Then when Mr. Mitchell came back to Washington from Key Biscayne, I believe you said sometime about the 4th or the 5th, that you got a signal to listen to a phone call from Mr. Haldeman to Mr. Mitchell, in which they discussed a meeting and that they were to hold, and you talked about Mr. Haldeman saying facetiously that he ought to stay down in Florida because the weather or something was better down there.
That's correct.
Then you prepared what you call a talking paper, in which you put upon the agenda for the proposed meeting between you and Mr. Haldeman, between Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Mitchell, that Mr. Haldeman should discuss this sophisticated intelligence operation.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And then later was a talking paper returned to you.
Yes, sir, it was.
And you filed not only the report that you had sent on the basis of the information from Mr. Magruder as to what had been decided, you also filed a talking paper? Or was that preserved?
Yes, sir. The talking paper was returned in the package of folders surrounding Political Matters Memo 18.
So there's no doubt in your mind that Mr. Haldeman knew of the sophisticated intelligence operation, whatever that was.
No, there's no doubt in my mind.
Yes. Then after the break-in into Watergate became known, you had a conversation with Mr. Haldeman in which Mr. Haldeman told you to clean the files, or see if the files were clean, or something like that. What was the expression?
He told me, make sure our files are clean.
Yes. Now, you construed that to mean to get rid of any papers in the files, any what you might call dirty papers, which might reveal any matters about this sophisticated intelligence operation, didn't you?
That was the very clear impression left in my mind.
And so then, acting upon that impression, you had the record which showed that you had communicated the sophisticated intelligence operation Mr. Haldeman shredded.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And did you also shred the talking paper that referred to that matter?
Yes, sir, I did.
And then later, you were on the plane, I believe you say Air Force number 1 on the trip in which Mr. Haldeman was present, and you mentioned to him that you had shredded these papers that referred to this matter.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And he didn't tell you at that time that you had shredded the wrong papers, did he?
No, sir, he did not.
Senator Norrie, if you may resume, I thought I could finish as I have while you were coming back.
Just one question. I'm glad the chairman came up on the shredding business. Did you shred the papers, the documents, because you felt that the contents had discussed criminal activity?
No, I shredded the documents because I had been instructed to do so, and also because I felt if they ever became public, they would be politically embarrassing.
You were aware of the contents, weren't you? You read the contents?
Yes, I reread them many times.
And it's your opinion that the contents did not suggest any illegality or criminal activity?
No, the papers suggested matters which, if they became public, would be embarrassing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Gurney.
Mr. Strachan, back to that shredding business, one final question. Had Mr. Haldeman ever said to you before, clean up our files?
No, sir, he had not.
This was the first time you'd done any shredding for him pursuant to these instructions?
That's correct. I had done a great deal of shredding before that, however, in terms of copies and keeping the files in order. I had been instructed when I first joined the staff to keep copies of all documents related to the campaign, and I made a very genuine effort to do that.
That was done on your own, though, not from instructions from Mr. Haldeman?
To keep copies of materials from the campaign?
No, the other shredding you're talking about.
No, our office had a shredder right in it. It was used a great deal to eliminate copies, papers that had been replaced by other papers. It was used regularly by the staff assistants as well as the secretaries.
You mentioned this morning somebody interrogating you asked you about cover-up information. Did you attend any of the meetings where cover-up was discovered? And you said, no, I don't think so. I think at least twice. Would you go into that further? Were there such meetings that you knew about, or do you think so, or don't you think so?
Well, I did not attend any of the meetings which have become highly publicized.
Did you know there were meetings going on cover-up?
No, I did not.
You said that Mr. Haldeman had discussed intelligence gathering at several meetings. Can you give us any more information on that, when these were held and who was present?
Yes, sir. On June 30, 1971, I prepared a talking paper for a meeting that had been scheduled for Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Mitchell, at which the subject of political intelligence was raised. At that particular meeting, the sandwich proposal was raised as a subject for discussion.
Who was present?
Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Haldeman.
What other meetings can you recall?
On November 4th, 1971, there was a meeting between Mr. Haldeman, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Magruder, and myself, at which the subject of political intelligence was discussed.
Was any wiretapping or bugging discussed at that meeting?
No, sir.
What was discussed? How were you going about getting political intelligence?
Well, at that time, it was a matter of discussion. I don't believe any decisions had been made. It was just a subject of discussion. Mr. Mitchell mentioned Mr. Liddy's name. I had not heard the name before, and in my notes of the meeting, I spelled it Liddee.
But you must have discussed ways and means of going about getting political intelligence at that meeting, didn't you?
The only specific matter, and I've gone back through my files and looked at the notes on that meeting, the only specific item that was mentioned was the surveillance of Senator Kennedy.
And how is that going to be done?
Well, it had been my understanding, based on my discussion with John Dean, that there was to be a 24-hour tail on Senator Kennedy. I learned later from John Dean that that had been cut down to periodic. I did not know that Mr. Dean had, through Mr. Higbee, persuaded Mr. Haldeman to rescind that directive.
Well, that was one of the subjects discussed at this meeting that you're talking about.
That's correct.
What else was discussed? Where was this meeting anyway?
In Mr. Haldeman's office.
What else was discussed?
Well, there was a whole series of campaign matters.
No, I'm talking about the surveillance. That's what we're talking about.
It was mentioned very briefly. I believe Mr. Mitchell indicated that no decision had been reached on political intelligence because the parties weren't correct. I called up Mr. Dean after the meeting, indicated to him the discussions.
Were there any other meetings where political intelligence was discussed that you know about?
Yes, sir. On December 17th, 1971, I prepared a talking paper, again for a meeting between Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Mitchell, at which the subject of political intelligence was to be discussed.
Were you present?
No, sir. I was excluded expressly from that meeting, as I had been from the June 30 meeting.
Do you know from what anybody may have told you after the meeting what was discussed?
Well, I recall the questions that I posed in the talking paper. One of the questions was, should John Dean become the control point rather than merely the White House contact for political intelligence? The answer that I got from Mr. Haldeman was that he should continue to be the White House contact. The other question posed, on which I did not get an answer, was, should Mr. Liddy be the one man responsible for political intelligence?
No answer to that one.
No, sir, not that I recall.
Do you know whether wiretapping, bugging was discussed at that meeting?
Well, it surely wasn't proposed in the talking paper, and I have no way of knowing whether it was discussed at the meeting.
Are there any other meetings that you can remember where political intelligence was discussed?
No, sir.
You testified this morning that you monitored the Haldeman and Mitchell phone call after the meeting at Key Biscayne. How often did you monitor phone calls from Mr. Haldeman?
I kept a file of, and I always made a note of the phone calls that I monitored in a separate file entitled Notes. I've been back to that file. I would guess the number of pieces of paper in there is somewhere close to 40 or 50, but that, when I went back to that file, I did not go expressly for the purpose of counting the number of phone calls that I had monitored.
Did you monitor any other phone calls where the subject of conversation had to do with Watergate?
No, sir.
None at all?
None.
Any conversations that you monitored have to do with political intelligence gathering?
A conversation I believe, shortly after the June 30 meeting between Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Mitchell, which I monitored, discussed the Ellsberg matter at length, but there was not a reference at that time to political intelligence.
When was this?
This was, I believe, after the June 30 meeting, 1971.
What was the substance of the conversation?
Mr. Mitchell was reviewing for Mr. Haldeman the investigations that were ongoing regarding Ellsberg following the leak of the Pentagon Papers. He referred to a person at the State Department who had leaked some information to Mr. Ellsberg. He referred to an official at the Defense Department who had admitted disclosing confidential national security information. My notes on the conversation run 6 or 7 pages. It was quite an extensive discussion.
And what was the date of this again, did you say?
Well, I cannot take notes in the Executive Office building, but my best recollection is that it was shortly after the June 30, 1971 talking paper.
You testified that you prepared political memos daily, as I recall, for Mr. Haldeman, and some of them were rather lengthy. Where did you get your information that went into these memos?
The memoranda were not prepared daily. They would be prepared as frequently as once a week, usually once every 2 weeks, sometimes as late as once every 3 weeks. And I would get the information by talking to people on the White House staff who were politically active, such as Mr. Dent or Mr. Colson, people in the states, in particular California, in which Mr. Haldeman had quite an interest, people at 1701, both.
Who did you contact at the committee to re-elect the president?
Well, I would try to contact many of the senior individuals personally.
Who?
Mr. Teeter for the polling information, Mr. Daly, Mr. Giuano for advertising information, Mr. Fleming for reports on the field organization, Mr. Merrick for reports on general research done in the campaign. There was a fellow in charge of direct mail, Bob Morgan.
How about Magruder? Did you talk
Definitely.
to him? How often?
Probably daily.
Well, what kind of information did he give you?
Well, most memoranda submitted to Mr. Mitchell would be submitted through Mr. Magruder. That is, the memoranda to Mr. Mitchell would have Mr. Magruder's signature on them. And his office would be a funnel for much of the information if they had decided that internal disputes had been resolved at 1701, to send copies of memoranda to me.
How often did Magruder send you memoranda?
I received packages of information from the committee daily.
But your testimony is that he never told you anything about surveillance or wiretapping or bugging. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The $350,000, I understand, I can't understand why this went to this Lilly now. This is supposed to be used in the White House for polling or something in connection with a campaign. Why would you pick it up and then it be given to somebody who later gave it to somebody else? What was the point of that?
Well, various pollsters who would conduct the polls for us would have to be paid, and neither Mr. Butterfield nor I could go very far from the White House.
Well, what about Lilly? Is he connected with the White House at all?
No, he's not. He is a personal friend of Mr. Butterfield who could travel.
Why would he, not connected with the White House at all, be given $350,000 worth of money that was supposed to be used in this campaign in one way or another?
Because he could take the cash to a polling organization in Princeton, or if we conducted one in California, to the pollster in California.
How many people
Illinois.
on the White House staff during this period of time?
Well, there's quite an argument as to who is officially on the White House staff and who isn't. I would guess somewhere in the neighborhood of 400, but that's just a ballpark guess.
Don't you think it would be possible to find one of these 400 who could have been entrusted with the custody of the $350,000?
Yes, and that was one of the alternatives posed to Mr. Haldeman in the memorandum.
But why would it be given to somebody totally unconnected with the White House? This very large sum of money which was to be used in this campaign.
Well, Mr. Butterfield indicated that he'd known the man for a long time, that he was able to travel, and that he would be willing to accept the custody of the cash. Mr. Dean had indicated that neither he nor anyone he could think of on the White House staff would be able to do it.
You mean not one of those 400 would be able to have custody of this $350,000?
Well, I'm not sure how many people Mr. Dean asked. He told me that he would not be able to arrange for the holding of the money fairly close to the campaign spending law enactment date, and so I scrambled for some alternatives to present to Mr. Haldeman.
Was Mr. Liddy somebody, or Lilly, I guess, he's somebody who constantly handled large sums of money in custody for other people?
I don't know. I've never met the man.
When the $350,000 was returned, you had left the White House staff, hadn't you?
That's correct.
Why was it that you returned it and not somebody who was working at the White House then?
It was just one of the matters that I had been asked to do before I left the White House staff that I hadn't wrapped up. It was like my functions with the Kennedy Center. I was Mr. Haldeman's staff man, and I went to a meeting on his behalf in January, although I was off the White House staff. It was a matter, the last matter, that I had not taken care of just prior to departure.
Cleaning up a piece of unfinished business?
That's correct.
I don't have any further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and I thank Senator Talmadge for letting me go out of sequence so that I could take care of another matter shortly and then return to the committee. Mr. Strachan, I don't have many questions. You've covered most of the material that I would have covered earlier in the questioning, but I do have a few things. I'd like to ask you about the $300,000 that was referred to in the conversation on March 30th, 1972, to the effect that 1701 now has a sophisticated political intelligence gathering system with a budget of $300. And you've indicated to us that that meant $300,000. This was included in the memorandum, or possibly in so-called tab H that went to Mr. Haldeman. Is that correct, sir?
No, that statement was included in the original cover memorandum. Tab H was the attachment, sedan chair 2.
Yeah, all right, fine. But this is the first time I've heard of $300,000 in that connection. Are we talking about the Liddy transaction?
Presumably.
All our testimony so far has indicated $250,000. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am.
Can you explain to me how it changed from $250,000 to $300,000?
No, sir, I have no explanation for that other than I wrote down what Mr. Magruder told me.
You're certain in your mind that Mr. Magruder told you $300,000 for the budget, for the Liddy budget?
Yes, sir. I wrote down 300 as he told me on the telephone and completed the political matters memo within a day or two.
And March 30th, 1972, I believe, would have been the day after the meeting in The conversation was on the 31st, wasn't it, with Mr. Magruder, between you and Mr. Magruder?
The telephone conversation wasn't long enough for either Mr. Magruder or me to remember specifically. My best reconstruction of the events is that it was on the 31st.
All right. And the meeting in Key Biscayne where the amount was set, the $250,000, according to other witnesses, was on the 30th, the day before. So no great period of time went by between the time when allegedly the $250,000 Liddy budget was set and the following day, when Mr. Magruder passed on to you the information that it was $300,000 instead of $250,000. What I'm driving at is, do you know whether or not it was in fact funded, the Liddy plan was in fact funded at $250,000 or at $300,000?
No, sir, I do not know.
Did any money ever come into your possession or to Mr. Magruder's possession for dispersal to Mr. Liddy?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you ever have an accounting of Mr. Liddy's expenditures that came through your office or was brought to your attention?
No, sir.
So you have no idea how we can reconcile the difference in the Liddy budget between $250,000 and $300,000?
No, sir, I do not.
Let's talk about another amount. We heard of the $350,000 that was received from CRP and brought to the White House for polling and the like. That occurred on April 6th, is that right?
Either April 6th or April 7th.
Okay, and you picked up the $350,000 in cash and brought it to the White House, and it was delivered to, who was it delivered to?
Well, I went over to 1701 and picked it up and brought it back to Mr. Butterfield and stayed with him in his office as we counted it.
Did Mr. Butterfield take possession of the money?
Yes, we counted it, and he took possession of the money.
And it was all in cash?
That's correct.
Was it in what denominations?
20s, 50s, 100s.
Were you aware of the contention that it was to be used for polling?
Oh, definitely. It had been discussed as a need for separate independent polling
Did you discuss
several months before.
Did you discuss at that time why on earth you would pay a polling agency in cash?
No, sir, other than the fact that we did not want the committee to re-elect the president. No, we were conducting independent polling.
Why didn't you want the committee to re-elect the president to know?
Well, they were conducting extensive polling also, and we would want to run polls to double-check their results. And also, polls were conducted under Mr. Haldeman's direction on matters unrelated to the campaign, personal questions.
Why wouldn't it have been, I'm not being argumentative, I'm just trying to find out, why would it have been better to have a bank account for that purpose? Why on earth wouldn't cash be the most awkward way that you could pay a bill to an established and reputable polling company?
I would imagine that's correct.
Was it in fact used to pay the polling company?
No, it turned out that we incurred over the course of the campaign something in excess of $100,000 or $110,000 in private polling expenses. Mr. Stans and the committee had substantial assets at the end, and Mr. Dean arranged with Mr. Stans to pay that private polling expense out of ordinary campaign funds and not use any part of the $350,000.
So if I understand the picture, the committee to re-elect the president was doing polling. Maybe the National Republican Committee was doing polling, but Mr. Haldeman was doing polling too.
That's correct.
And the $350,000 initially was for Mr. Haldeman's private purposes, that is, to be kept secret from the committee to re-elect the president or the Republican National Committee.
And almost all members of the White House staff.
Did Mr. Ehrlichman know about it?
Not to my knowledge.
Did Mr. Mitchell know about it?
I'm not sure, not to my personal knowledge. I think he knew about the fact that Mr. Haldeman wanted $300,000 or $350,000 for private polling.
Did the President know about it?
The President knew that we conducted extensive private polling. I surely can't speak as to whether he even worried about how it was paid for.
Do you know whether he knew of, or do you have any indication that he knew or did not know of the $350,000 cash account that was in Mr. Butterfield's custody?
No, I have no information about that at all.
But it is your best impression that the President knew that private Haldeman polling was being undertaken separate and aside from the committee to re-elect the President or the Republican National Committee?
Yes, sir, because on numerous occasions I would walk into the Oval Office with the polling results and hand them to Mr. Haldeman.
I'm still not quite sure why you'd want to have separate polling. Check their results, meaning committed to re-elect the President. But why would you want to check their results? If you had reputable polling firms, why would you feel constrained to check their results?
Well, all polls differ. Harris differs from Gallup, differs from Opinion Research, differs from Teeter's results. We had confidence in the particular polling firm that we had used. They gave us particular demographic information that we wanted. But one of the primary reasons for having a separate polling capability was the confidentiality of the questions and the results. Not all polls concerned the campaign.
Well, the point I'm driving for, Mr. Strachan, and I'm not imputing to you any sort of misconduct or impropriety, but the point I'm driving at is the very fact that private polling was being undertaken by Mr. Haldeman, secretly and concealed from the committee to re-elect the President and presumably from the Republican National Committee, implies some sort of competition or distrust of the committee to re-elect the President or the existing Republican organization, the Republican National Committee. Can you enlighten me in that respect? Do you have any insight or any information that would confirm or contradict that suspicion?
Well, yes, there was definitely a feeling of distrust of the committee to re-elect the President in the sense of the confidentiality of the polling that they were conducting. There were numerous times when the number of people who would have access to the polling results was cut down. One time I had quite an argument with Mr. Magruder because I had been instructed by Mr. Haldeman that I was to tell Mr. Magruder in Mr. Mitchell's presence that he was not to have access to the polling information and that he should leave the meeting. There was a considerable amount of distrust that the more people who had the information, the more likely it would be to leak out.
I won't pursue that much further, but the image that is coming through to me, Mr. Strachan, and correct me if you disagree with it, the image that comes through to me is that the Republican National Committee did not run the race. The committee to re-elect the President was set up for that purpose, but even it didn't entirely run the race. Mr. Haldeman and certain people within the White House had a separate organization that was concealed and separate from both the committee to re-elect the President and the Republican National Committee. Is that fair to say, according to your experience at the White House, or not?
Well, it's fair to say that the Republican National Committee played a very small role in the campaign. The committee to re-elect the President played a very large role. Mr. Haldeman's role in the polling area was also substantial.
But in any event, the $350,000 was never paid to the polling organization or organizations employed by Mr. Haldeman.
That is correct.
In fact, it was paid in a more routine and ordinary way when other funds were used. Were those other funds paid by check as distinguished from cash?
It's my understanding. I know Mr. Dean arranged it with Mr. Stans, and I believe it was paid, as were many bills, at the conclusion of the campaign as polling expenses incurred during the campaign.
So the initial concern for secrecy dissipated at some point, and you did, in fact, pay by means other than the cash that you'd sought for that purpose. Now, we have some information that $350,000 was also used in part for a newspaper advertisement. I believe you indicated as much, Mr. Strong.
Yes, part of the $350,000 was
and
used
there was
for
$328,000 left, I believe, and you can't remember whether the ad cost $7,000 and $15,000 was returned, or the ad cost $15,000 and $7,000 was returned. Is that a fair summary?
I cannot recall. The money was in an envelope, and the two figures were mentioned orally in a meeting between Mr. Dean, Mr. Howard, and myself, and I simply do not recall.
Do you know how much the ad cost?
No, I do not.
Did you not try to find out in preparation for your testimony?
The prosecutors indicated when I mentioned this to them much earlier that I should not talk with Mr. Howard and try to reconstruct any aspect of the handling of the money. And I have not talked to Mr. Howard, nor Mr. Dean for that matter.
Did you testify before the grand jury on this amount of money?
Concerning the $350,000?
Yeah, or
yes,
the
sir.
$328,000.
Concerning the $358,000, I recall I was asked if the $350,000 was intact, and it was, and I said yes.
Did you ever mention the figure $328,000 before the grand jury?
No, I simply was not asked the question.
Did Mr. Haldeman ever make any statement to the grand jury that you're aware of about the sum, whether $328,000 or $350,000?
Did Mr. Haldeman mention that to the...
Yes, sir. Or did Mr. Haldeman ever discuss that sum with you, the $328,000 is distinguished from the $350,000? What I'm trying to get at, Mr. Strachan, is what was told to the grand jury about the amount of money involved and whether or not there was, in fact, $2,000 that was returned to this fund, or $22,000 less the amount of the ad. It's pretty fuzzy, and I'm trying to find out if all the money got back. And if we're left with an uncertainty about whether the ad cost $15,000 or $7,000, that's a pretty good bite. And I'm trying to find out where that money, in fact, did get back or not. Can you tell me with certainty that all that money was returned?
No, I can't tell you with certainty that all the money was returned.
Did you tell the grand jury and Mr. Haldeman the same thing about this money?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any information, Mr. Strachan, of anyone skimming? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about people pocketing some of this cash that was floating around. Do you know anything about that?
Well, I know that I didn't get any. And I don't know if anyone else did.
You don't know if anyone else did or that anyone else did, or how did you say that? I'm sorry.
Well, the answer is I don't know whether anybody got any money or not.
Okay. Do you have any suspicion that someone did?
Well, there's an awful lot of confusion about the figures, which would indicate some suspicion, but I have no direct knowledge.
Do you have any leads you can give us that we can pursue? I'm not trying to put you on the spot or ask you to make an allegation against someone without substantial evidence, but can you suggest any areas of inquiry that we might follow on the question of skimming?
Not other than talking to the people who are mentioned in connection with the money.
Which ones? Well, let me ask you this. Rather than take your time now, and I notice there's another vote signal on the clock, are you agreeable to talking to staff further on that subject at a later date, Mr. Strachan?
Oh, definitely.
Thank you very much. Thank you. There's a vote in progress now, and, pardon? No, Senator Talmadge remains, and I believe Senator Weicker has a few additional questions. The committee will... Yeah, do you want to do that? Senator Weicker has volunteered to go forward with the balance of his questioning while I go vote. We'll try to have somebody back for you just as soon as possible. All right, fine.
10 or 15 minutes old.
10 minutes.
Well, we better go. There's no way of switching.
Mr. Strachan, we have 10-minute vote sequences, and I don't think it's possible to continue, so we'll recess now until we can return for further investigation.
Floor votes continue to interrupt the interrogation of Gordon Strachan, so we'll take a short break, too. Public television coverage of the Senate Watergate hearings will continue after a pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Jim Lehrer.
When Senator Talmadge returned to the caucus room, he reconvened the committee and resumed the questioning.
Mr. Strachan, insofar as I know, there's nothing in the record to date as to the time that the President of the United States first had knowledge of the break-in of the psychiatrist of Mr. Ellsbury. Do you know?
No, sir, I do not.
You have no knowledge of that fact?
I have no knowledge of that.
And there's been a good deal of speculation and testimony that both Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ehrlichman ran what's known as a very tight ship at the White House. From your close association with the two men, and particularly Mr. Haldeman, would you agree with that statement?
Yes, a very tight ship.
They were the President's closest advisors and confidants, were they not?
On domestic matters, yes.
Which one of the two knew more about political matters?
Well, from an issue standpoint, I would guess that it would be Mr. Ehrlichman. From a personality or polling standpoint, it would be Mr. Haldeman.
Who handled the polling? I believe you testified Mr. Haldeman did that. Did he make most of the decisions relating to political matters, or Mr. Ehrlichman?
I'm not familiar with decisions that Mr. Ehrlichman made. I know what decisions Mr. Haldeman made on political matters.
In matters of importance to the campaign, such as memorandums from Mr. Mitchell or others that were sent to Mr. Haldeman, would he bring those to the President's attention?
I can't specifically recall ever seeing a memorandum from Mr. Mitchell to Mr. Haldeman. They communicated primarily in private meetings. There were maybe a half a dozen memoranda from Mr. Haldeman to Mr. Mitchell that I saw.
Did Mr. Haldeman immediately bring to the attention of the President matters that he considered important?
I simply don't know that. I would assume he did, but I don't know that for a fact.
Would it be a reasonable assumption on your part that as soon as Mr. Haldeman had knowledge of the Watergate break-in, he'd bring it to the attention of the President?
You're asking for my opinion?
Yes.
That would be my opinion, yes, sir.
Now, you mentioned in your previous testimony that you knew something about the Segretti matter. What did you know and when did you learn about it?
Well, Dwight Chapin and I began in June or July of 1971 discussing the probable need in the campaign for a Dick Tuck type capability. At some point, one or the other of us mentioned the possibility of Don Segretti, who was a person we had known together in college.
What do you mean, a Dick Tuck type of capability?
A prankster, political jokester.
All right, proceed, please.
Subject was discussed, and in late August 1971, in a meeting between Mr. Haldeman, Mr. Kalmbach, and myself, Mr. Haldeman authorized Mr. Kalmbach to pay the salary and expenses of Mr. Segretti.
For what purpose?
To engage in Dick Tuck type activities.
What, for instance? Name some of them.
Excuse me, Senator?
What, for instance? Name some of them, these instances you're referring to.
Well, to go to, for example, a Muskie rally and have a sign that would say, "This is Humphrey territory."
Nothing any worse than that.
Well, we discussed a series of activities, none of them illegal. Mr. Tuck had quite a reputation for being an ingenious individual, and we thought that Mr. Segretti would likewise be ingenious.
Well, to attend a rally of that type and claim it was somebody else's territory with one sign would be a waste of money, wouldn't it?
That's why expenses were authorized to Mr. Segretti, so that there would be more than one person with a sign.
Now, were you interviewed by the FBI in August 1972?
Yes, sir, I was.
What was the scope of that inquiry?
Entirely the Segretti matter.
Didn't ask you anything about Watergate at all?
No, sir.
Didn't ask you anything about Mr. Haldeman's involvement or lack of involvement?
No, sir.
Were you surprised that those matters were not brought up in the interrogation?
I was surprised that the FBI did not ask me more probing questions even about Segretti.
Now, you testified that you presumed Mr. Dean would be handling the Watergate matter. Were you aware of any investigation that was being carried on by Mr. Dean in the Watergate affair in the summer or fall of last year?
Well, I knew that I had talked with Mr. Dean and explained to him what I knew about the Segretti matter. I knew that Mr. Chapin had similarly talked with Mr. Dean. I didn't know whether his investigation went further than that or not. I had discussed those matters with him in the summer of 1972.
You can't answer positively yea or nay then, is that correct?
That is correct, Senator.
Now, Mr. Butterfield stated that Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Higbee knew that the White House was bugged. Did you know that?
No, sir, I did not.
Is it reasonable to agree with Mr. Butterfield that Mr. Ehrlichman didn't have knowledge of that fact?
Yes, sir, it is.
Are there other instances of matters that might have been withheld from Mr. Ehrlichman?
Yes, sir.
What, for instance?
Well, I can only remember one or two occasions when Mr. Ehrlichman would have access to any of the polling information that Mr. Haldeman conducted through me.
Any others?
Nothing that comes to mind immediately.
As you're aware, there's a direct conflict in some of the testimony between you and Mr. Magruder. Can you tell us why we ought to believe you in preference to Mr. Magruder?
Yes, sir. I believe you should assess a witness's testimony in light of his history for telling the truth and in light of the individual's motives to tell the truth. Mr. Magruder has told various versions of the Watergate story. Many of them believed, to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, to 3 grand juries, to the original Watergate trial jury, to the original prosecutors, to the attorneys and other officials at the committee to re-elect the president. Apparently the story he told them was false all along, yet they believed him. As to an individual's motive to tell the truth, Mr. Magruder was faced with, in his mind, at least 12 counts of perjury, whatever other crimes he might be charged with. His desire to deliver an individual on the White House staff to the prosecutors was quite high, and I believe he selected me because I had refused to corroborate the testimony he asked me to corroborate.
Did he ever lie to you when you were at the White House together?
Yes, sir, he did.
In what respect?
He would frequently inform me that a matter had been decided by someone when it had not, in fact, been decided by that individual, and we had occasional arguments over that misinformation.
Now, you said Mr. Haldeman would let you know in no uncertain terms if you ever did anything incorrectly. Would you please explain what you meant by that, by some illustration?
Well, one illustration that will forever stick in my mind, after the Republican National Convention, the decision had been made to send certificates to all those who had attended. That was quite a number of people, and I have been working with several members of the White House staff trying to get the various certificates for the various levels of people out and the gifts and so forth. Mr. Haldeman learned somehow that the project was not complete, and one morning about 4 a.m. he called me from Air Force One and told me very clearly that I had not performed and that the project should be handled immediately. I'd been on the phone late that night, and I thought it was a bad dream, so I called the signal operator back, and I said, did I just get a call from Mr. Haldeman? And he said yes, and it was over the radio, and I can tell you what he said in the morning.
Did you ever consider leaving?
Yes, sir. I did consider leaving, but when I was hired for the job, he hired me through the election, and I gave him my commitment that I would stay through the election.
Thank you very much, Mr. Strachan. I think you've made a forthright and candid witness. Committee will recess at this point. There's a vote on the Senate floor, and I think Senator Weicker has a few more questions to ask you, Mr. Strachan.
Despite the number of votes on the Senate floor, the committee is trying to finish with Gordon Strachan today. So after a few moments out of the hearing room, Senator Inouye returned to chair the proceedings.
Hearing will come to order. Chair recognizes Senator Weicker.
Mr. Strachan, just a very brief few questions. Did Mr. Haldeman meet with you at any time in preparation for his appearance before the staff of this committee?
No, sir, he did not.
Now, in the course of his testimony, or before that, in the course of his appearing before the committee, he made certain statements which I'd like to just touch upon very briefly and indicate as to what your knowledge of these matters is. Specifically, in the area of leaks and the Plumbers and the Pentagon Papers, he indicates only the most general knowledge of what was going on. Now, this seems to be rather at odds as to the testimony that you gave before the staff of the committee. Could you describe your understanding as to what Mr. Haldeman's role was in the leaks operation relative to the Pentagon Papers?
I know very little about the leaks operation as it related to the Pentagon Papers. My knowledge of the program to stop leaks, we discussed in executive session, and that was a program established after the President held a cabinet meeting, and I worked with Mr. Dean and Mr. Malik on that project.
What was Mr. Haldeman's role?
Mr. Haldeman was the recipient, of course, of the memoranda from me, Mr. Dean, and Mr. Malik regarding the leaks project.
Was, I believe, the term used initially by you in the interview was that he was the Lord High Executioner, given the mission of finding the leaks. Is that correct?
Yes, that was the statement that he used in the original meeting in his office with Mr. Malik, Mr. Dean, Mr. Higbee, Mr. Colson, and myself.
So that in effect that he did play more than just a general role in this matter. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. In the course of that testimony, it was indicated that he did not know whether or not you, Gordon Strachan, subsequent to June 16th, destroyed any materials pertaining to the investigation of the case, etc. Is that true or not?
Well, he told me to make sure the files were clean. I went and destroyed them. I told John Dean, and I reminded him on July 1.
In other words, you did tell him that you had destroyed these materials. Is that correct? And that took place on Air Force One?
That is correct.
All right. Now, then, in conclusion, I have one question which I consider to be extremely important because the element of fairness is always raised as to this committee, as to the fairness of the questioning, the fairness exhibited by the members of the committee. And now what I'd like to do is to apply that standard to you insofar as your ability to retrieve information, make notes, etc., relative to the preparation of your appearance before this committee. I wonder if you would describe to the committee the conditions which exist insofar as you're concerned when you want to go back and take a look at your records and retrieve any material that you might have from the Executive Office Building.
Well, after the campaign, I took all files, which I considered presidential papers because they included memoranda from the President to Mr. Haldeman, memoranda from Mr. Haldeman to me, from me to Mr. Haldeman to room 522 in the Executive Office building and locked them in at least 6 safes. When it became necessary for me to recall specific dates and meetings, I began going back to the Executive Office building. I was allowed access, but I was not permitted either to copy any document by Xerox or to take notes about any particular item in there, nor to take notes in with me for matters that I wanted to discover.
Is there somebody present in the room with you?
Yes, sir, a Secret Service agent.
All right, now let's assume the fact that you want to find some detail or some particular piece of information. You go into the room. You retrieve the document. What can you do at that point?
I can read the document and put it back in the safe.
And what do? Run out of the room and try to jot down a note somewhere outside of the room? How does this work?
No, I would not go outside the room to try to jot it down. I would try to remember as many things as I possibly could in the space of 2 or 3 hours. I would leave the room with the Secret Service agent, lock the filing cabinets, lock the room, and usually go over to my lawyer's office and try to write up my best recollection of the information that I had read.
In other words, you're not allowed to bring any paper, pencil in the room with you or make any notations while you're trying to pull together the facts prior to your appearance before this committee.
That is correct.
And this has been the situation, and it continues to be the situation?
That is correct.
Was it the same situation for your appearance before the grand jury?
I don't believe I even went into the room to reconstruct my recollection before I went to the grand jury. It's been the situation ever since it became important that I be able to reconstruct facts accurately.
Do you consider this to be a very fair set of conditions?
I would prefer an alternative system.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman, except to comment that for a man that is as deeply involved in these important matters as Mr. Strachan, I would say that any unfairness that has been exhibited to him certainly hasn't come from this committee. And I consider the conditions under which you operate and the preparation of your case for presentation to the American people to be grossly unfair.
Mr. Strachan, I have 2 questions. You, in your testimony, suggested that several of the aides to the President had the capability of electronically taping conversations in their offices. Now, you've indicated that several meetings were held in Mr. Haldeman's office, at which time political intelligence gathering was being discussed. Do you know if these discussions were recorded in tape?
No, I do not know that, and I do not think that Mr. Haldeman had tape capability in his office. I do not know that for a fact, but I do not think he did.
Mr. John Dean, in his opening statement to this committee, said the following: "It was during this period of time, which I believe was mid-February, Magruder had a conversation with Mr. O'Brien in which he told O'Brien that he had received his final authorization for Liddy's activities from Gordon Strachan, and that Strachan had reported that Haldeman had cleared the matter with the President. I reported this to Haldeman, who expressed concern over Magruder's statement. Do you wish to comment, sir?"
Well, I think the timing of that version of the facts by Mr. Magruder is interesting. I think shortly thereafter in Mr. Dean's testimony, he indicated that the interest in getting Mr. Magruder a government job increased something like tenfold. And it's my opinion that that version of the facts was presented by Mr. Magruder to Mr. O'Brien for that specific purpose.
In your conversations with Mr. Haldeman, did he ever indicate to you that he had received such a report from Mr. Dean?
No, he did not. He subsequently told me that Mr. Magruder had told him a slightly different version of that story, and he dismissed it at the time as, well, that's just Mr. Magruder trying to get some attention.
For the record, did you at any time give final authorization for Mr. Liddy's activities?
No, sir, I did not.
Were you aware of Mr. Liddy's activities at that time, in mid-February?
No, sir, I was not.
It is your view that Mr. Magruder was less than honest in this?
Yes, that is my firm opinion.
Any questions?
I have no further questions.
Mr. Strachan, in behalf of the committee, I thank you very much for your cooperation and your appearance here. This committee will stand in recess until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
And so ended a day when the man testifying was all but ignored because of the swirl of other, more dramatic events. That probably won't be the case tomorrow, when interest in the presidential tapes temporarily cools, and John Ehrlichman, the former White House domestic chief, is the witness. The White House so far moved slowly in response to Watergate, and it's unlikely there will be any immediate response to the subpoenas. That will leave the full glare of spotlight on John Ehrlichman, one of the president's two top aides. He'll be followed by H.R. Haldeman and Charles Colson, and by that time, we will have heard from all the top administration aides who've been alleged to have Watergate involvement. What they'll say, or whether they'll be willing to talk at all on certain topics, may generate as much interest as who will ultimately gain access to the presidential tapes.
The committee subpoenas today were very specific. Senator Ervin stressed that he wanted no blanket access to the president's tapes or his documents, just those directly related to Watergate. After today's session, Ervin's chief consultant on constitutional law, George Washington University professor Arthur Miller, talked about that with Impact correspondent Peter Kay.
All the committee is looking for is the availability of tapes and files which would tend to prove or disprove the allegations which have been made. And this is one way of doing it. So that, as far as on alleged criminal activities, that's all the committee asked for, is on alleged criminal activities. And under no theory of law that I know of can anyone refuse to divulge knowledge about alleged criminal activities that may be in his possession.
Even the president.
Even the president.
Today was a day of history and of Gordon Strachan. Stephen Hess, a former aide to President Nixon, author of 5 books on American politics, now a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution, and John Kramer, professor of law at the Georgetown University Law Center here in Washington, watched this day with us. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts at this late hour, beginning with you, Mr. Kramer?
I think there's a very strong contrast today in Mr. Strachan's testimony between his support of Mr. Dean in terms of his prior testimony, constantly referring to him as the truth teller. I don't think he ever lied to me, he said. I'm confident that he disclosed all the facts he knew to Haldeman. He was remarkable in remembering details, just a constant reiteration throughout his 4 hours of testimony on that matter that Dean is the truth teller, and at the same time, a comparable, parallel reiteration that Mr. Magruder is the liar, that Mr. Magruder is the one that sought to suborn him to perjure himself about the fact that he interceded on behalf of Liddy, which he apparently claims he did not, that Magruder was responsible for lying about Strachan and Dean's alleged approval of the Mitchell-Liddy plan, all of these matters indicating that Magruder had told the falsehoods to the committee. Now, in the middle is the role of Mr. Haldeman, and that apparently was the major reason that the committee brought Mr. Strachan in front of them. Where do we come out with Haldeman from Mr. Strachan's testimony? Well, there are 2 major issues with respect to Mr. Haldeman. First, did he know about the Gemstone affair, about the burglary beforehand? And I think that's very clear from Mr. Strachan's testimony, at least. Apparently, he knew nothing about the specifics of the break-in to the Democratic National Committee. Secondly, what did Mr. Haldeman do with respect to the cover-up? The first aspect there is, did Mr. Haldeman order the destruction of the papers with respect to the political intelligence system, knowing that that would keep that away from the prosecutors, that there was some criminal matter to cover up. And Mr. Strachan says, no, they were simply trying to cover up what they felt would be politically embarrassing. They certainly did try to destroy the files, in fact did so, but there's nothing criminal there. And the second matter, with respect to the use of the $350,000 they got for polling purposes, was this used for payoffs? Again, Mr. Strachan would seem to indicate not, that really it was just going back to the committee. When he gave it back to Mr. LaRue, he was simply giving it to the top man at the committee in terms of January 1973, so there was nothing wrong there. Basically then, Mr. Strachan seems to exculpate, not implicate, Mr. Haldeman.
I'm now going to put that same question to Stephen Hess. It has a special significance tonight because, as I said, he's author of 5 books. Now he's going to go finish number 6 and go back and earning his bread at Brookings Institution. In short, this is his last day or last night with us on these shows. So, Mr. Hess, what are your thoughts, not only at the end of today, but the end of your whole session with us?
Well, Gordon Strachan is a pleasant-looking young man with a somewhat squeaky voice who might have been playing the lead in a movie called Andy Hardy Goes to Capitol Hill. But I must admit that I found it almost impossible to concentrate on his words today. I doubt that his words added up to that much in this continuing saga, but anyway, what really was happening was off-camera, the momentous decisions that were being made. And this was the first time in history that the Congress has served a subpoena on the President of the United States. This is a very sad day. It's a very disturbing day. There was nothing exhilarating about this moment. 2 great institutions had chosen not to blink. It struck me that they had simply run out of goodwill. There was no willingness left to accommodate. Particularly on the President's part, there seemed to be an impugning of motives, a loss and a lack of trust, of respect. I think this can only be remembered in history as a very nasty day for America. So I'm glad to be leaving, Jim and Robin. I've enjoyed my association with you gentlemen, but I must admit, I haven't liked wallowing in this filth. I feel unclean even listening. I don't think that many of these witnesses really understand what this country is all about, the differences and diversities and respect for each other that makes the country operate. I don't even like listening to myself talking about it. I sound like a moral prig. I'm mad at these people, and I sound mean, and I don't think of myself as a mean person. So tonight, as I leave you, I'm distressed and I'm burned out, and I salute you for performing a very useful, though distressing service, and I wish you fortitude and a strong stomach.
Well, Steve, you mentioned a good point in your parting statement here, and you used the word wallowing. What are the alternatives to wallowing in Watergate at this point?
Well, I think what we're seeing is the sleazy and the cynical, and I'd like it if we thought of our government and our country as other than that. But if we have to know one or the other, perhaps it's best to know the worst and to be prepared for it and to understand it. As was it Senator Montoya questioned Strachan today on his advice to young people, and he said, stay away from it. I can understand that with Mr. Strachan. 27 years old at the White House, that's pretty heady stuff. 2 years later, at 29, there he is in front of a Senate committee with immunity. That's very sad business. I would hope that my advice to the American people, or to youth of America, would be different. I'd like to think that this is a failure of men and not of the system. I'd like to think that we have a system that for 200 years hasn't produced a Watergate. I would suggest, on the other hand, that when only 55% of the people vote, and after all, voting is the most elemental and simple obligation of citizenship, well, there are politicians who are hearing that people aren't listening and hearing that people aren't watching, and they get the message.
Stephen, on behalf of all of us, we've enjoyed your many nights with us, and good luck on book number 6, and we look forward to seeing you again. To you also, John, thank you very much.
On the simple face of it, Mr. Nixon would seem to be taking an enormous risk by refusing to give up the recordings that he claims would reveal his innocence. The risk is that Senator Ervin will win the battle for public opinion with his argument that a man who refuses to produce evidence is hiding material that would be incriminating to him. Mr. Nixon seems to be saying today, in effect, yes, the tapes could be interpreted in different ways. The logic of the situation impels the conclusion to me that they could thus be interpreted in a fashion hostile to him. And the only fashion hostile to him that is relevant in this situation is the testimony of John Dean. What John Dean charges is that the President knew of the cover-up as far back as September 15th last year. That conversation of September 15th is one of the tapes the committee wants. Mr. Dean charges that on March 13th of this year, Mr. Nixon knew about the offers of executive clemency and payoffs to the defendants. Mr. Nixon says he did not. The committee wants that tape, too. The strongest inference I draw from Mr. Nixon's letter today is that those two conversations could be interpreted to support John Dean's charges, or they could be interpreted to support Mr. Nixon's version. And he does not trust the Ervin Committee, or the courts of law, or the press, or the American people to decide that matter. He seems to be saying he wouldn't get a fair hearing. Instead of seeking such a hearing, he's going to give his own final, definitive version when this phase of the hearings are over, and then tough it out. So the issue remains a test of his own personal credibility against that of John Dean. The Gallup poll shows a steady erosion of Mr. Nixon's personal credibility and creeping support, now at 24%, in favor of impeachment. Since his credibility is essential to any effective management of the presidency, one wonders how long this can go on. Will the American people, deeply uneasy about impeachment, just get bored and go away? Or will the creeping movement towards impeachment grow inexorably? It may be that these two movements in public opinion are like a race of tortoises, and Mr. Nixon is waiting to see which one gets tired first. We'll be back tomorrow night. For my colleagues Jim Lehrer and Peter Kay, this is Robert McNeil. Good night for NPACT.
From Washington, you've been watching gavel-to-gavel videotape coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. This coverage is made possible by grants for special events coverage from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and the Ford Foundation, and has been a production of NPACT, a division of the Greater Washington Educational Telecommunications Association.